the Russia has made numerous attempts to destroy Crimean Tatar culture and identity, as well as what we see with Ukrainian today. Ukrainians are very motivated to liberate their homeland as well as the culture as part of our identity. And next year, we will continue promoting Ukrainian cultural diplomacy and reinforce the isolation of Russia, because we believe that it's crucial to defend and protect ourselves. We would like to focus more on expanding our presence in the global south, where Ukraine has been reasons that we all know. Given Ukraine's very limited resources, unfortunately, everything goes to the war. We will seek partnerships with all our partners who have cultural representations in Asian, African, and Latin American countries. And of course, we will be very open for those partnerships. We will also dedicate special attention to Crimea within the unique format diplomatic tool, which is called Crimea Platform, that unites today 60 countries of the globe, because everything started from Crimea, as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been many times saying, and everything will end and the victory will come within the Crimean deoccupation. And I hope that today, each of us will learn something new and useful at this forum. This is yet another occasion to show our strength and unity, and I'm sure that the only way out at this horrible time is our unity. And I'm thankful to you for this wonderful discussion, and I wish you fruitful discussion, and I hope to see you soon in liberated Ukraine in Kiev. See you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Japarova. Let me now invite for the welcome word Mr. Georg Hausler, Director of the Department for Culture, Creativity and Sports of the Directorate-General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much for the welcome, dear First Lady, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today representing my Commissioner, Maria Gabriel, who would have loved to be here this morning with you, but as you know, she is in the college meeting at this very moment where we speak. You're very brave, and we are really very impressed that you continue this international diplomatic forum on culture in these very difficult times. You have started that obviously in a very different context 2 years ago, under very different circumstances. And I think it's particularly me as being in charge of culture and creativity in the European Commission. It's really good to see that culture is, in these difficult times, as the First Lady has said, probably something which is more important than ever, and that's the reason why we need to continue working on these fields. It's good that you're here in Brussels, although, of course, we would have preferred to be in Kiev, and I'm sure soon we will be back in Kiev opening this forum. But it's good to be here in Brussels because I think Brussels has shown in the last weeks and months all the concentration of solidarity of not only the 27 member states, but of course under the parenthood of the European Commission, all the intense collaboration, support, signs of solidarity for Ukraine and for the particular situation in the Ukraine in these difficult days. Your cultural minister, Chachenko, who has been last week in the Council of Ministers for Culture, has made a very, very impressive intervention. He has shown us very difficult pictures. He has given a very, very touching report on the very difficult situation in Ukraine at this time. And he has been really, I can tell you, I have been to many Council of Ministers, but he has been carrying away all the 27 ministers who have been present in this meeting, showing the very difficult situation at this moment in Ukraine. But he also made this message of being positive about culture, saying it is culture, it is the artists, it is the musicians who in this very difficult times give this very strong message to the population and is so much needed more than ever, probably in particular in Ukraine, to have a strong cultural sector, a cultural sector which is staying also in the Ukraine, giving performances to people in these difficult times. I think we can say that, at least from the point of view of culture and creativity, we have done very much the last weeks and months to open our programs. First of all, to Ukrainian artists to be able to participate in our different Creative Europe programs. And you know that our programs are based on the principle of excellency, so there is no earmark for any country in any given way. But I'm pleased to say, and of course you knowing the sector in Ukraine know that, there is no difficulty with excellency in Ukraine. Your artists and your creative sectors are first class in Europe, and they are very successful in participating in these programs. We have also set up a specific program for artists to particularly fund small-scale projects in Ukraine to allow artists to be active still in Ukraine, but also to help artists from Ukraine who had to flee from Ukraine and who were not able to perform their different works in the Ukraine anymore, and to give them shelter in member states of the European Union and to organize that for them and to help them and support it. We have launched some few weeks ago a program together with the Goethe Institute, Culture Moves Europe. The idea of this program, giving artists of all member states, of all Creative Europe countries, but also for Ukraine, the possibility to go to other countries and to perform their art there. And it was very impressive that after a few weeks, one of the first participants who was actually successful in applying for this was an artist from Ukraine who is at the moment, as we speak, in Lithuania, benefiting from this program. The work plan for the cultural sector for 23 and 25 has a specific mention for Ukraine. It's dedicated to preserving cultural heritage and empowering local cultural and creative sectors in Ukraine. We know obviously all the harm which is done at cultural heritage at the moment in your country. We have been hearing it from the minister and from the First Lady. There is a tendency to attack museums, libraries, other institutions who host art and culture. And we are perfectly aware of this, and we already getting prepared for what is needed to be done after the war to rebuild and to reinstall all these different institutions. Now, what is important for us is also to listen to the voices of culture of Ukraine. We need to talk to you, as we are doing today, but we also do it in different contexts. There has been, end of October, a cultural relations platform which has been set up by Creative Europe in Warsaw to talk to artists from Ukraine and to be able to make a need assessment, because it's the artists from and the creative sector from Ukraine who can tell us what is really needed at this very moment in time. And I think we are very successful, at least in understanding what is needed, and then also do the necessary in order to help to improve the situation. I also want to draw your attention to a project we do together with the World Health Organization, which is called Art and Health. Art and health is, we believe, a very important issue, not only now in this particular context of Ukraine, what art can do to help people to support the difficult situations, I said that at the beginning of my interventions, but also then to heal what will be coming out of this war. And we believe we have a very important role to play here. This study was done particularly looking at the Ukrainian situation, particularly making a showcase what could be done, and I'm sure we will be able to draw conclusions and to be able to implement policies when the war is over. So let me say here again how very impressed we are that you continue with culture. in these difficult times, that you continue to believe that culture and creativity is important, particularly in these difficult times. And I can assure you that you will have all the support you can have from my commissioner and from the Commission as a whole to help the Ukrainian cultural and creativity sector. Thank you very much.
And now I'm also pleased to welcome Deputy Head of the Mission of Ukraine to the European Union, Iryna Yefremova, because unfortunately Mr. Vsevolodchintsov couldn't make it due to some personal reasons. But please welcome Ms. Iryna Yefremova on the stage.
Dear First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska, dear First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Emine Japarova, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. I'm sincerely glad to welcome so many of you today at the International Cultural Diplomacy Forum 2022. As our distinguished speaker already mentioned, traditionally the forum was held in Ukraine. But this year, due to the full-scale Russian aggression, our colleagues from the Ukrainian Institute decided to hold it here in Brussels. And it is our pleasure and honor as a mission of Ukraine to the European Union to support this idea and to help to make it happen. I would like to express my deepest respect to and admiration of the team that was working on this event on behalf of the Ukrainian Institute. They have done incredibly job under extraordinary circumstances from Ukraine. I would also like to underline that this might not happen without the support of the representation of the state of Baden-Württemberg to the European Union. Dear colleagues and friends, I know that our team felt your great support the whole process of preparation of the event. We are touched by your support, cooperation, and sincere desire to help as much as you can. Thank you very much. To welcome International Cultural Diplomacy Forum 2022 in Brussels is also very symbolic this year because this year Ukraine got candidacy status as a membership EU country. Now it is even more important to develop further longer-term trust and understanding between the European Union and Ukraine through people-to-people contact and institutional cooperation in culture. We appreciate a lot all the efforts and respective programs of the European Union that contribute the strengthening and cultural relations between Ukraine and the European Union. This cooperation brings closer our society, our people, and our states. Culture has a huge power, and we witness it every day in our life. Unfortunately, this power of culture has been largely misused by Russia. So now it is equally important to rethink the role and the future of European cultural relations in the aftermath of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In particular, against the backdrop of Russia's aim to destroy Ukrainian identity, culture, and our nation as such during this war. We have terrible damage of Ukrainian cultural heritage as a consequences of Russia's war. You can witness these consequences at the exhibition presented today. But what is crucial? Our spirit is unshakable. We know that we will win, and we will do our utmost to rebuild and restore all the damages. We are grateful to all to you of being here today with us and for your ongoing support. Thank you.
And the last but definitely not the least, let me welcome one more person for the official opening. Bodo Lehmann, Head of the Representation of the State of Baden-Württemberg to the European Union.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear First Lady Zelenska, dear Minister Zaparova, dear Director-General Shaiko, dear Georg Hausler, dear Directors-General, Chairs, Secretary-Generals of the Cultural Institutes of many European countries, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and also a personal pleasure for me and for the representation of the State of Baden-Württemberg to the European Union to host this year's International Cultural Diplomacy Forum. I would like to welcome you all also on behalf of our State Secretary for European Affairs, Mr. Florian Hausler. Ladies and gentlemen, damaged monuments, looted museums, burned archives, and destroyed schools all over Ukraine, be it in Mariupol, Melitopol, or Kherson. The destruction of Ukrainian cultural assets by the Russian army is unprecedented. The UNESCO registered more than 221 destroyed cultural centers in Ukraine, of which 98 are religious sites, 17 museums, 78 buildings of historical and/or artistic interest, 18 monuments, and 10 libraries. And the destruction is going on day by day. These targets should never have been targeted. They do not have any military value. By the way, let me have no doubt here at all. Ukraine should not have been a target, should not have been attacked in the first place. This war is an unjustified and obviously unprovoked war, a war of aggression. That these targets have become targets shows yet another dimension of the cruelty of the Russian army that this army is committing on the Ukrainian people. It makes it hard not to believe that it aims at extinguishing the Ukrainian culture and therefore the Ukrainian identity. Nevertheless, the will and the determination to protect as many cultural assets as possible lies within the impressive Ukrainian power of resilience. And this power of resilience has already been mentioned a couple of times before this morning. Historic and cultural sites are being protected by brave and proud Ukrainians. Monuments and statues are wrapped in padding or covered with protective films. Museums pack works of art in cardboard boxes and hide them in cellars, trying to prevent the museums to be looted. Ukraine, though, does not stand alone in its attempt to protect Ukrainian culture. The European Union has been on Ukrainian side from the very beginning and has assured it of its strong and continued support. We have heard that before. The German federal government founded the network Protection of Cultural Assets, focusing namely on the international networking of partners who want to protect Ukrainian cultural properties. We as Baden-Württemberg demonstrate our support via the Cultural Foundation of the German federal states. In that context, we have initiated a program called Sunshine Hours. This program addresses Ukrainian children and adolescents in Germany, which have fled from Ukraine, and the program proposes them cultural offers on the spot in Germany while being far away from home. So making sure that by being displaced far from Ukraine, they don't lose the contact to their native culture. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is a remarkable opportunity to focus on the importance of Ukrainian cultural heritage, which is an integral part of the European cultural heritage. It is an opportunity also to exchange ideas with representatives of other European countries on how to preserve those cultural assets. And it is a good opportunity also to give the possibility to network and create partnerships for the future. Dear guests, thank you all for coming to our representation to this event. And it is my pleasure now to hand over to Mr. Shaiko, Director-General of the Ukrainian Institute. Welcome all.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear First Lady Zelenska, dear First Deputy Foreign Minister Japarova, dear heads of EU cultural institutions, experts, journalists, friends, artists, culture makers. It is a huge pleasure for me to stand here in front of you. It's a pleasure to be in Brussels, and I think it feels very much the right place and the right time to hold the third International Ukraine's Cultural Diplomacy Forum, with the hope to intensify, increase, and give even more meaning to cultural dialogue between Ukraine and the EU. I would first and foremost like to thank our European partners for their solidarity with Ukraine, for their incredible support and practical help and practical solutions already mentioned today that were implemented since the beginning of the full-scale invasion in February, and of course for welcoming temporarily displaced Ukrainians into the EU countries and even into your homes. So we are really grateful for that. The EU's granting of the candidate status to Ukraine is a very important milestone that we achieved together this year, and I think this is the milestone that presents a lot of opportunities for us to know each other better and to think ahead of how our common European future could look like and how we can fill it with meaning in culture, education, science, and everything that basically helps us learn more about each other. I would like to say a few words about what the Ukrainian Institute is actually. Okay, great. Do we have a presentation on the screen?
Yes, we do.
Yeah? Okay, great, fantastic. So, the Ukrainian Institute is Ukraine's state organization for cultural diplomacy that was established in 2018. We're affiliated to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our mission is basically to improve perception and understanding of Ukraine internationally through culture, and to develop cultural relations between Ukraine and other societies and other countries. Since then, we have implemented over 300 projects, programs, and events in more than 20 countries, bringing the world and Ukraine closer together. But obviously, after February, we have seen an unprecedented surge of interest in what Ukraine is, has been, in the origins of the Russia-Ukraine war. The world is trying to make sense of Ukraine and has been since February. A lot of people in the world actually woke up to the existence of Ukraine in February, as my team and I sort of how jokingly used to say to each other. So there is this unprecedented task ahead of us and ahead of other cultural players in Ukraine to actually satisfy the demand and to tell genuine stories about our country through culture, to actually make sense of who we are, and of course advocate our cause and sort of recruit more people in support of Ukraine. EU and Ukraine will come closer to each other. We're coming closer to each other every day, and there is no other way There is no other way for either of us. This means that we must learn more about each other, to coexist, to cooperate, and to strengthen each other. And culture, I believe, is the best medium to develop such affinity and understanding. Before we move on, I would like to sort of briefly contextualize the situation with cultural diplomacy in Ukraine today, and indeed the sphere of culture generally. It is not secret that this organic cultural dialogue that we have been having until February is now severely damaged and disrupted. Ukraine still has this issue of being known to the world. Hardly anyone, in the world will claim that they haven't heard about Ukraine since February. But I think that Ukraine is not yet fully understood internationally, and we have a long way to go to actually make ourselves known and make ourselves understood to the rest of the world. We have seen an unprecedented outflow of artists and culture managers from the country who have fled. Some of them have returned, but still Ukraine will experience a huge brain drain in culture that has to be addressed at policy level in the future. International mobility because of the war is indeed very limited. It was quite hard for the Ukrainians here in this room to get to Brussels, but we still appreciate this opportunity to be here, of course. The international response to the war, cultural response to the war, has until now been somewhat short-term and focused on emergency solutions. So we think there is a conversation to be had to move to sort of a more longer-term and strategic thinking behind this. And very important message that cultural relations is and can be successful only if it relies on strong cultural institutions inside the country. If there is no strong competitive cultural product coming out of the country, how can we be competitive internationally, and how we can convey our message to other societies? And of course, the First Lady and the First Deputy Foreign Minister already mentioned this, that Ukrainian culture is experiencing an unprecedented tangible losses, and we have, the Ukrainian Institute have been trying to capture a lot of these losses in our project called Postcards from Ukraine, and you will of course see the exhibition dedicated to this project in the venue of the forum. We have recorded about 550 destroyed or damaged cultural buildings of cultural value in Ukraine since February, mostly in the eastern and southern regions of the country. And we have commissioned this incredible project to basically tell the stories of all this incredible heritage that links Ukraine very closely with the rest of Europe, that is either gone forever or will need a lot of time to reconstruct and to bring it back to its original state. I invite you to visit the website of the project if you want to learn more about these objects, buildings, monuments, churches, because this is a powerful way to experience how tragic the situation is actually for Ukrainian culture today. These losses are not about just buildings, they're also about people, and the First Lady has mentioned some of the culture makers and great artists of Ukraine who perished in this war or were killed since February. And I also want to mention some of the names because I think they deserve to be heard, they deserve to be remembered, and they deserve to be celebrated for the incredible achievements that they've had until basically during their life. This is Lyubov Panchenko, a great Ukrainian artist, one of the great dissident artists of Ukraine, active in the 1960s and beyond, who died of hunger in the occupied city of Bucha in March this year, not being able to leave the city, which was then under occupation. This is Alexander Kislyuk, a teacher and translator from Greek and Latin of the works by Xenophon and Thomas of Aquino, and the incredible Ukrainian documentary photographer Max Levin, who both also died in the Kyiv region, just north of Kyiv, in March this year under occupation. This is Yuri Kirpatenko, conductor of Kherson Philharmonic and chief conductor of Kherson Drama Theatre, who was shot in cold blood in Kherson quite recently for his refusal to collaborate with the occupying authorities. This is Mantas Kvedaravičius, Lithuanian film director, who was killed in the besieged city of Mariupol while filming his second film, Mariupol is 2, that captured the tragedy of the city that was then besieged and ultimately captured by the Russian army. And this is Volodymyr Vakulenko, Ukrainian children's writer, who was presumed lost since March this year in the city of Izum, in the recently liberated regions of the Kharkiv Oblast of Ukraine. He was unfortunately found in a mass grave recently after the occupation of these territories, and his funeral took place in Kharkiv just yesterday. So I just wanted us all to pay tribute to these great people. And there are, of course, many more artists who have experienced similar tragic fate in Ukraine, but I think they deserve to be recognized and they deserve to be prayed for as we speak about cultural relations and cultural diplomacy today. This is one of the extremes of where we are with our culture and cultural relations, but of course there are moments of magic and celebration and success, just like this photograph that was taken this Sunday in New York, where the Ukrainian Institute and its partners presented a great concert of Ukrainian choral music at Carnegie Hall in New York. And this is the Kiev Children's Choir Szczedrik that performed on this one of the most prestigious world stages this Sunday, together with Martin Scorsese and Vera Farmiga, who presented this event with us on Sunday. And this was a triumph, I think, for Ukraine's cultural diplomacy, and one of the reasons the Ukrainian Institute exists and does its job, and one of the reasons that we, as culture managers, stay in our profession, because we believe that such events and such chances are indeed a genuine way for us to tell our story to the world. So between these extremes, I think we have to formulate a certain framework with which we would like to advance our cultural relations with the EU and with the rest of the world. And I would like to propose some of the sort of key points that hopefully will be discussed more widely, elaborated, challenged today by you, by other panelists and participants. But I think this is a very much kind of a contract in a way that we can make with each other as we speak about EU-Ukraine cultural diplomacy, because these are very important points that are being very widely discussed, by the way, in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian professional community, but also internationally. And I would like to start by saying that cultural diplomacy is absolutely a factor of Ukraine's national security today. To survive, to thrive, to rejuvenate and to rebuild, Ukraine must have a distinct and competitive cultural identity and cultural face in the world today. Not just a safeguard against Russia's aggression, but as a genuine way to present itself to the rest of the world. I think that strategic cultural relations between Ukraine and EU must very much be high on the accession agenda and must never be forgotten or left behind the economic, security, or political agendas that will, of course, be central to Ukraine's integration aspirations. I believe that any lack of mutual understanding between us through culture makes us weaker. The less we know about each other, the weaker we are, the more disintegrated we are. So culture is something that can help us be stronger, help us be more aware of each other and feel more cultural affinity to each other. We insist and continue doing so on suspension of any cultural cooperation with Russia until this terrible war is over and until all the territories of Ukraine are deoccupied and Russia is brought to responsibility in international courts of justice or other international mechanisms. And it is, of course, very important, and it has been mentioned already by First Deputy Minister Japarova, that a decolonial perspective is essential and must be applied to understanding, perception, and presentation of Ukrainian culture locally and internationally. And I'll be very glad that we will have these discussions later today. Among the very practical needs and solutions that I would also like to propose to you for discussion today is that programming strategies of EU institutions from now on, I think, must include Ukraine or take consideration of Ukraine by default. We are an integral part of the European cultural space, and Ukraine must be acknowledged as such in terms of how EU institutions program their work, invite participants, speakers, or just the wider agendas they explore through their cultural work. There is a clear need to focus on long-term solutions rather than short-term interventions and emergency solutions, and this is, of course, will be a topic for discussion in one of the panels. It is simple but still straightforward. Ukraine will need, until it is able to recover economically, to continue investing in its culture and its cultural diplomacy. We will need to rely on help in the form of grants and funding, and particularly operational funding for cultural institutions, to save them from collapse and to basically help them sustain until they can, take it back and carry on working once Ukraine has recovered and has won. A lot of Ukrainian culture professionals will need help from their EU partners and peers in terms of capacity building, training, professional support, new skills, the help that will help them not to lose their skills if they had to switch professions to actually sustain their everyday living or sustain their families. And as a Ukrainian institute, on behalf of the Ukrainian Institute, we call on our EU partners to support the establishment of our first international branches in the EU countries. We believe that Ukraine's cultural diplomacy must be strengthened in the EU, and it will be only possible if we can increase our presence physically and program-wise in the EU, and that actually goes to the benefit of both sides. It is by no means a charity. Ukraine is in need of help today, but Ukraine has a lot to offer back. It has a lot of cultural assets, creative talent, heritage that has for centuries linked us with the rest of Europe. We have a dynamic and agile contemporary art scene, but above all, we have incredible stories to tell of Ukrainian resilience, bravery, creativity, solidarity, and survival that can and must be told through film, literature, visual art, theater, music, and any other form of artistic expression. And I think that is very important to understand, that is very important to take away from this forum. Like my one colleague in the Netherlands once said, when he discussed an idea of a festival together with the Ukrainian Institute, he said, "Our story is incomplete without Ukraine, much like Ukraine is incomplete without the rest of Europe." So I will conclude on this statement. I would like to again thank you very much for coming here. I wish us all productive and good discussions today, and I will hand over to Iryna to take it forward from here. Thank you so much.
It has been mentioned for several times already today that Ukrainians are really resilient, and this is exactly what we are going to talk about in more details right now. So I'm pleased to welcome participants of the next panel discussion of the forum. Please welcome on the stage Alevtina Kakhidze, Ukrainian artist, performance artist, media artist and curator, Stas Zhirkov, Ukrainian theater director, Hais Kashiyan, Ukrainian writer, poet, and translator, and Tetiana Filevska, creative director of the Ukrainian Institute. Let's welcome them.
Good afternoon. We're happy to be here today in Brussels, and it's an honor to begin this discussion. I'm very sure a very fruitful and intense conversation about Ukrainian culture and its international cooperations. And I think it's very important to start this conversation with the artists who are at the core, who are at the center of this cultural work. And our panel is called From Resilience to Resistance, for what we believe is the way that Ukrainian culture operates now, the mode of operation. And of course, we will speak about how culture and artists are working at the times of war. As our moderator has already presented the speakers, I will just begin with the first question, and the first question would be to all of the speakers. what it is for you to be a Ukrainian artist after 24th of February 2022. How this role has changed for you in particular. Alevtina?
It works? Great. Yeah. The answer is from my side that I do experience Russian-Ukrainian war not from 24 February 2022, but from April 2014. And if I can start with the images. Look, so at the right you see me, I'm in a cellar in Kyiv's Oblast, 2022, but at the left my mom is in a cellar in 2014 in Donetsk Oblast. Basically 8 years I am experienced this war, and actually the images looks like the same, but of course they are not the same. So my mom told me everything what she was experienced, then I experienced myself. If to look at the second image, so my mom lived in occupation for 5 years. In 2019 she died on the checkpoint because heart attack, and the person who represented a legal state called Donetsk People Republic phoned me and asked me to pick the body. I knew that I would not go there, and I was on the place for already 9 years. But I got the body thanks to international organization, and I buried my mom in a village near Kyiv in Misuse. And you can see the grave of her. What does it mean? It means that since I couldn't bury my mom in her hometown, Zdanivka, near Donetsk Oblast, but she wanted, I couldn't bury her near her house. I symbolically relocated our house. So basically the grave is our house. And there is one room which belonged to me, my children's room. And the drawings which is at the right, it's me. The same like my mom didn't want to leave her hometown because the house kept her, the society around kept her, the neighbors, the garden, many things. And I looks like, behave like my mom. I also didn't move anywhere from my home near Kyiv and decided to stay. And I did draw me as a plant. That plants, they never run away, even if a danger, even if a human comes with a scissors to cut a bit of salad, or cow comes to get a bit of grass. And if to talk about how artists can react on the war, basically all my art, in spite of this experience being in war for 8 years, I do talk about plants so much. And for me, they are real pacifists on this planet as much as possible, because they rebuild their bodies in a way that they can allow themselves not to be violent to humans, to animals, to insects. They suffer, they also resist, but basically they are different because they rebuilt their bodies. And this some of my projects, which is in drawings and also in sculpture and in media, where basically, unfortunately, I do depict this war, these 8 years. I'm explaining what is happening. In the beginning, what was going on with my mom in her occupation life, then what was happening with me near Kyiv for those months. If you know that in February, March, Kyiv Oblast was in circle of Russian tanks. My village was lucky because they were stopped, I mean Russians, they were stopped like 2 kilometers from my place. But I was in cellar, like you saw the image, and I knew what is this. So I produced maybe, I don't know, maybe 500 drawings. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Haska.
Yeah, so just to follow what Aleftina just said, it's obvious that like every Ukrainian was living with this war for 8 years already, and artists as well. And I always like followed Aleftina's works for this 8 years, like the way she spoke about her mom growing strawberries where she stayed. And yeah, there are like a lot of stories like Aleftina's when people lost their home once and then there was the risk to lose their home again. And there are like a lot of Ukrainian artists who lost their homes after 24th of February, lost their lives. In my case, it's different story because I didn't live in Ukraine since September 2021. We moved to Brussels with my family. So basically, when the invasion started, full-scale invasion started, I was here. And I didn't see myself being here as a Ukrainian artist, first of all. I just lived here as a person, as an individual, doing different things as well. And I never defined art and writing as my single activity and single identity. For me, like being Ukrainian artist in general meant the fact that I do write in Ukrainian and I do write about Ukraine and I do reflect on things happening in Ukraine. But it's obvious that after 24th of February, there was much more attention to Ukrainians in general and Ukrainian artists as such. Also, I think there are different reactions, and I observe it with colleagues in the art community and writers community, because there are artists who reflect immediately, like for example, like Aleftina's works are a very good example on this ad hoc reaction. Some poetry is like that, but for example, like writing longer forms, like writing novels, I myself believe it needs distance, so it's not something that you immediately react on. So I wouldn't say that this part changed like strongly after 24th of February. And also like not speaking only about myself, but the roles of many artists in Ukraine, many writers in Ukraine, and film directors. They have to choose the role in general, in some sense, because many of them went to the army. Some were enlisted in the army before 24th of February, but there are many names like Artem Chekh, for example, Ukrainian writer. He was in the army since 2014. Then he was demobilized, and he actually openly wrote that he hoped he will need to go back. But obviously he needs to go back, and such names like Alexander Mekhet, Anatoly Dnistrovy, there are many of them, and basically they have to put their creative work aside because the other role preoccupies, like Artem Chapai as well. So it's also the thing that after 24th of February, I think for many artists it was also about question of putting your creative work aside because there are more important issues, or you just cannot process it. You're just not able to process what is happening and to digest it and to show it in the artistic way, so to say, to speak to the wider audiences.
As my colleague says, that of course a lot of artists are in a war theme, not from 24th of February. We are in a war theme from 2014. And I'm from 2016 trying to making my performances like a theater maker, like a producer and director in Germany and Lithuania especially. And of course, my dialogue in Germany really changed after 24th of February, because my first experience in 2016 was really another, like the experience of person who must explain everything about our identity and history, like who we are, like Ukraine, the part of Russia, like the USSR was a great place for all the countries, and it wasn't the occupation. And it was a really strong moment for me to understand in what way we really need to go. We need to tell a lot, especially in the theater world. For me, like who we are, from where we are, what is our history, what is our identity, and what was for us this time of USSR and other moments. And of course, after 24th of February, we made a lot of projects in Germany and Lithuania especially, and my colleagues from other theater companies in Poland, in Sweden. And I think we try to change the dialogue. We try to be more open to our colleagues and try to say new narratives about Ukraine and about our history. And that is, I think, really important, because something from 30s, and the photo is from my last premiere in Munich Kammerspiele Theater, one of the famous theaters in Germany, where we make the performance News from the Past, and we're talking about the news from Germany and from Ukraine from 1931 and till 1945. And I think it was not an easy dialogue between Germany history and two German actors and two Ukrainian actors, trying really hardly to talk with each other about this really news from the past. And for me, it was really important that we didn't have any line about the same history of ex-USSR or USSR and Nazi Germany, but a lot of audience talked a lot about that some moments are really connected in those times between two countries, and some moments are really continuous from those times to nowadays, and some propaganda things in Russia now and in those times in Nazi Germany are totally the same. We didn't say it directly, but the audience say it for us in public talkings after performance. So I think, for me, the most moments which are changed, it's more open doors for us and more cooperations. And only my thing now, and I'm thinking a lot about it, how we need to change inside of us and inside of our systems, and how we need to catch the moment and to be in our, let's say, homeland, because we are not coming. It's not our new way to Europe. It's only coming back, coming home, to be a part of European community, which we were a lot of times ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And you inspired my next question, which is it easier to talk to the foreign audiences, to European and other audiences now compared to what it was before? Because all of you have experience of working abroad, working in Europe earlier. And I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing that sometimes it felt like we're knocking on the door and it's not opening. And I will just bring one example of my professional work when I was addressing MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, for 6 years, asking them to hang the work of Vasily Ermilov, the famous constructivist artist from Kharkiv, which was hanging upside down. And it didn't work until the full-scale invasion, actually. And for 6 years, they couldn't hear me. And after the full-scale invasion, it took them literally a few hours to hang it properly. How do you feel? How your voice is heard now elsewhere abroad?
Yeah. As I already mentioned, that I was creating this text about my mom and occupation from 2014 until 2019, when she was alive. It was very hard. It was a bit different. And even in Gent in 2019, I remember I met a professor from university who asked me about civil war in Ukraine, which was, for me, absurd to just think about this like in the way. But after 24 February 2022, I actually noticed we have another questions. And if I try to look if it works again. So I produced the image. I don't know.
Can we please have a Liftinus presentation?
So I'm a visual artist. I'm very sorry. I'm not a writer. Yeah, it's so this image is actually I produced because during this 9 years, including the time after whole-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine, I tried to explain that Russian-Ukrainian war is fighting with other war is unique, like telling that we are not Kosovo, we are not actually Serbia, we are not Aleppo, we are not Israel, we are not Palestine, and we are mainly not black. Why it's not black? Because I understand that world is used that empire and colony is very different, and people from colony, people of color, but we are not, unfortunately, or maybe hopefully, I don't know even how to explain this. So this drawing is so much about that it was so difficult sometimes to explain what type of war we do have. And the next image, it's actually my performance in Centre de Pompidou in Paris, where I gathered all complicated questions to Ukrainians from international audience. So many, like why Ukrainians don't surrender? Why do you need hard weapon in order to stop war? Why we should cancel Russian culture? All Russians are guilty in this war. How to behave with a state as terrorist which has a nuclear weapon? Many, many questions. And actually what I produced 4 positions, tourist, mediator, fighter, and gardener, who could answer on those questions from different positions. And the answers were very different because it's different experience in different position in this war. And for instance, if let's say a tourist would answer on a question, if we need to cancel Russian culture, of course tourists would say, of course not, I'm tourist. More cultures is better. Look, this Russian culture is so unique. Many countries already look at their imperialistic pages in their cultures and reflected on this, criticize them, but Russians are not. This is really so incredible culture, of course, please leave it. It's interesting, we can't find another one. But for instance, fighter would say that it's impossible, I can't stand this Russian culture. Whatever you decide to do, but I can't. And a gardener would tell that actually, even in nature, we can notice some canceling. For instance, a rose also do cancel anyone who approach to this plant, cow or human, if you agree. And the mediator will talk to you like I'm talking to you, explaining that there's so much about where you are and what your position is. So this was my experience, how to deal with the situation as an artist. I'm not a person who really can suggest something deductive. I also try to help international audience to look at our war from different positions. But since if I have this figure as a fighter, and artists mostly the fighters, who really can be politically not correct and to say what they do feel, but from the other hand, still have in mind the position of mediator who can gather and imagine other one experience, and the experience which is not really known to you. And what I noticed that to talk about the experience of Russian-Ukrainian war is so important on practice level. For instance, do I pay tax? Yes, I do. There are restaurants in Ukraine. Do I visit them? Yes, I do. There are trains. Yes, they are going so good. And the people who do work in Ukrainian railway station is amazing. Do we have flights? No, we don't. Many things like this. And all these questions is really, really important to actually answer to anyone who really like to know more. And this is also a role of artists, mostly like mediator, to talk to audience who are not in our situation. I really do understand that.
Yeah, I love the story about MoMA Museum. I used it a couple of times as illustration already, and I really think that this is an amazing work what you're doing, Alevtina, because this is really reflects the way we need to explain things. And so I would say that it became much, much easier to become visible, but it became in some sense much more difficult to speak as well, because at every international event you feel like sometimes you're walking on eggshells, and then you understand maybe I'm on minefield already, and all this list of this like questions, like bizarre questions for us, but like then you understand that this is like, for example, my favorite last one was what would you say to Ukrainians who come back to Ukraine after invasion and wouldn't find their favorite monument to their favorite Pushkin in their village? And you understand how far back and like in general how holistic you have to explain this question. And sometimes in general you're not like, you know, emotionally strong enough or in a right mood to talk about it. And to be perfectly honest, like before the invasion, I never saw myself as much of a speaker. I always thought I write not to speak, and I saw that there are people who can do it much better, like historians, researchers, who know what to say, who know how to explain. But then demand was so high that I understood that, like, in some sense, it is my mission to explain, not necessarily as an author, just on the personal level. And I understand that this is also because of lack of knowledge on the both sides, and there is still a lot of work to do, and a lot of patience to be put into it. On the other hand, I try to explain it myself from the other point of view, because once I was walking on the Central Avenue of Brussels, and then I saw some kind of like funeral procession, and then I started to Google what was that, and then I discovered the story of Golden Tooth of Patrice Lumumba, which I didn't know, which is like, you should Google it and read those who don't know, because it's really like the story of colonial cruelty and how it became, like, how it developed. And so this is something that I didn't know, and I understand that, for example, for someone here in Belgium, it's an important story, and it's also like a good illustration to explain being like the colonial context. So yeah, this all put together, it's not easy. It didn't become easier, but it's also very important that we much more heard, and there is also different audiences. There are some audiences that are better prepared. There are some audiences who feel us better on the instinctive level. And I also always said that, like, I'm much better like about sensuality and emotions than about geopolitics, but then on the other hand, you understand that you have to put aside this emotional side, not to make people see, okay, it's her coping mechanism. It's obviously like you're traumatized because you come from such your background now is so horrible. It's really important to come up with the list of very like simple and cold blood explanations and answers to all these questions. And I think it's also very good that we work like as a team, as a community, Ukrainian artists, that we come up with these answers and we share them. This is what happening on between us. So I think it's easier and more difficult at the same time to make it short.
Tatiana, I think your question is not the question of art. I think it's more political question about the open doors, because influence of Russian politics was so strong all these years. And for me, it was really clear, as I say, from 2016, I was working in Germany and, in a some central channel in a night, not of course in a prime time. It's one a week, it's some movie about the beauty nature of Siberia. And in 2 days, it's a beautiful documentary movie about St. Petersburg ballet troupe and something like this. Yes, it was funny for me, of course, to understand that in the central German channels in the night, somebody will see the documentary about Russian culture or Russian nature, but it works like this. It's really slowly works to understand about great culture and all the things, but we didn't talk a lot in Europe too. So, because my question is not only for Europe or for the world, my question is for ourselves too. Because Bodo say that the Ukrainian institute was opened in 2018. But come on, I think the Ukrainian Institute must be opened in 1991 or 1992, and it's a big work of us who wants to be presented in Europe and in the world. And if we talk about the doors, of course, like for you, and you say that Carnegie Hall in Chadwick, it's something incredible, which was, and for me it's the same, Schallbühne in Berlin and Kammerspiel in München opened the doors to Ukrainian artists. It was something incredible before 24th of it's not happened, of course, before 24th of February. But for now, I think the most strongest way we can do to tell about us as much as we can in a perspective we need to tell. And exactly, I don't know about 1937, how many people knows in this audience what was happened in this year. It was killing of all our intelligence in this year, and it was totally the divided line between who we were in this period before and who we were after. Because if we're talking about art in 1920s, were in the same line with the European best writers and other artists and theater makers. And after these dates of 1937, who we are from the Soviet Union perspective in art. We're smart, we're funny, and good singers and good dancers from the village in a national costumes. That was our place in a culture. But our place before 1937 was really another. And we talk a lot about it now, but before, what we made before. So that's the biggest question for me now.
And I truly believe that art is always politics, so you cannot divide that. Unfortunately, we only have time for one small final question, and it would be, what would be your expectation from cooperation with European institutions? So how would you expect them to work with Ukrainian culture in future?
I would say that active listening. Just talk to us. Please talk to us more. To each individual artist, each individual institution or art institution. Just talk to us. Don't imagine that you know better. Probably you have experienced a lot, I do trust in it, but we have very specific situation. Just talk to us.
Well, I see that there are a lot of great initiatives and a lot of great projects starting, like that would hopefully help to Ukrainian culture to get some funds, because it's obvious that Ukrainian culture is going to survive this way or another. Like now we don't have doubts about it, but obviously it's much easier to do it when you have resources and like, you know, conditions to work and create. So it's great that this projects appear. I think it will be like quite challenging work and difficult work for European institutions to understand how to work in the circumstances of war, like on very practical level, like, you know, all this kind of solutions of security and like where can you have an event, I don't know, in Kyiv these days or in Kherson. So this I think is very important to this support of this Ukrainian sometimes kind of like irrational resilience in some sense, if I may say so, like, you know, doing events back in Ukraine. I think this is something that like really like would help a lot to have this like feeling of unity and yeah, that one family was Europe.
For me, maybe the most important question now, what will be after? So I'm really want to think about the long-term perspective, because I really want to ask all the universities in Europe which are really open now for Ukrainian students, all the institutions to be as open as they are now, because for us it's really important, because this young generation which are now studying a lot in Europe will come back in Ukraine and maybe they will change the system, which of course we need to change. A lot of change we need to make inside of our country. So my request is always a long-term perspective, long-term projects, and that is the most important thing for me now, how to change ourselves from this European experience, how to take it inside of the country and how to change ourselves.
Thank you so much. Thank you for to all of the speakers for your wonderful, insightful statements and presentations. Thank you, the audience, for listening carefully. Unfortunately, we don't have the time for questions. We have still a lot ahead of us and we have to keep up with the agenda. But I see we have a lot of things happening already. There is a lot on the table, and we need to find the proper way to put this dialogue and this cooperation between Ukraine and Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me add from my side that our colleagues will stay here during the whole day. So this is a good chance for you to ask the questions we have just been asked for. So I hope you will find a couple of minutes to get to know each other a little better. And now we will have a short break, approximately 10 minutes, and we will continue at 11:05 with the next panel discussion, during which we will talk about the rethinking of the role of international cultural relations in Europe and behind. Please enjoy your tea and coffee. so that we could proceed. We can allow that as well. It's informal. Yeah, it's rather informal, yeah. Colleagues, please take your coffee with you and join our next panel discussion. Да. Just me. I think you can already take your seat, yes.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So, where do I sit? Wow, one of the empty seats, yes. I sit with you, I'm not so low.
Let me remind you that we will now have the panel discussion about the rethinking of the role of international cultural relations in Europe and beyond.
Yeah, well, actually me too. But tomorrow is going to be in Paris on the military strategy.
Зараз працює, значить, ні? Погано чути. Там занадто низький звук потрібен. Dear colleagues, let me ask for your attention, please, because we already have all the panelists on the stage. And I kindly ask you to continue your joyful conversations during the lunch break, which we're going to have in about an hour. You can grab your coffee or tea with you to this room, and we can continue. I'm really pleased to introduce to you our participants and speakers of the next panel discussions. And those are Johannes Ebert, General Secretary and Chairman of the Goethe Institute. Please welcome him. Also, Mathieu Peyrot, Director for Culture and Soft Diplomacy, French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Please welcome him as well. Camilla Mortforst, CEO of Danish Cultural Institute. Iryna Borovets, Director of the Department for Public Diplomacy and Communications, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. And the moderator of this panel discussion, Sébastien Gobert, head of the international section at La Libre Belgique. Enjoy the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. So, Ukraine's story is not complete without Europe's, and the European story is not complete without Ukraine. This is what was said earlier, and it's obviously more true since the 24th of February than it was before. So in that sense, talking about cultural diplomacy and cooperation between different cultural institutes is extremely relevant and extremely important as a topic, and I'm very glad to be moderating this panel discussion. So I would like to start with Iryna for the first question. Basically, since the 24th of February, how do you assess this cooperation between the Ukrainsky Institute, between the Ukrainian Institute and the Ukrainian cultural institutions and your European counterparts? And already a follow-up question, what more could be done?
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here, and this is really a highlight of the end of the year, being at the International Cultural Diplomacy Forum, the third one already. that should be held in Kiev, of course, but anyhow, we are pleased to be in Brussels, and thank you very much for our partners who actually made it possible. Cooperation during the war between cultural institutions. This is something that we never experienced before, obviously, and I think that Ukrainians would be the ones who start academic research on it and start printing books and papers on how the cultural institution should behave during the war or severe crisis. We had many findings, but one of the main one probably that's a good cooperation. Before the war, we had this working kind of paradigm when each institution were working for itself, occasionally doing some project together. Of course, war has changed it completely, and during the war, every institution in cultural diplomacy should work as one. It should be one voice policy, and it is one voice policy. I think that we managed in Ukraine, we managed to implement it fully, starting from the political level, as you may see, our president communications or Minister Kuleba communications and so on. But since February 24, I think that Ministry of Foreign Affairs and my department itself, together with the Ukrainian institutes and other institutions and Ministry of Culture, we are speaking one voice about our needs, our priorities, but also about our plans for after the victory. So I think that this is one voice policy, and we implement it perfectly. I think that the war actually opened many doors for us that have been closed before, believe it or not, because once, all of a sudden, all eyes were on us. Before 24 February, we really were fighting for attention, and my colleagues from Ukrainian Institute actually could prove my words. It took a lot of resources and times to explain our partners the need to do certain projects or to talk about some topics. And all of a sudden, everyone was interested in Ukraine, and that's good. And this is actually a bit of a challenge for us because we need now additional resources, and especially financial one. And when you're at war, you never have one. So, I mean, many challenges, but I think Ukrainian Institute managed, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs itself, because we work together on cultural diplomacy of Ukraine abroad. Managed to first of all to secure this cooperation with partners, to be vocal, to engage a lot of friends into implementing common projects and joint projects, explaining the truth about the war. First of all, explaining the needs of decolonization in the perception of Ukraine and Ukrainian culture, and actually in building on the coalition around Ukraine. And talking about coalition, it's not only the political one. This is something that Ministry of Foreign Affairs does, but this cultural coalition that will help us probably to win over hearts of the people around the world.
Thank you. Johannes, I'm going to turn to you for the next question, because the Goethe Institute is not present in Ukraine anymore. So in this context, how do you assess, how do you envisage the cultural cooperation with Ukraine?
The Goethe Institute was in Ukraine since 1993. And this is very important because when it's said that everything starts in the beginning of the war, no, there have been a lot of connections between European cultural institutes and Ukrainian actors within Ukraine, and sometimes also outside of Ukraine. And this network, of course, helped us when the war started. The Goethe Institute in Ukraine is a very big institute with 120 colleagues there. And when the war started, we immediately had calls and we secured their security. So about 100 people left to the west of Ukraine, to Germany, to the neighboring countries. But the institute did not stop working at all. Because what we learned in Corona, and everybody hates Corona, but we learned how to work digitally. And that's what we are doing day and night in the Ukrainian, in the Goethe Institute Kiev, Ukraine. So we immediately started some program for immediate help, which was a scholarship program for Ukrainian artists to continue working. About 500 artists and cultural actors who received a certain grant to continue working. And we started immediately to give language courses, because in Germany now there are about 900,000 refugees, Ukrainian refugees, and we have the opinion and we have the experience that the language is the first key to participation in our country. So these were the immediate measure we took, and we made it all digitally, and that went quite well. So our colleagues are all over Europe now. About 40 are back in Kiev. And then we did some long-term programs because we received funding from the government, about 12 million euro, which we used for a stability fund in Ukraine to give money to Ukrainian institutions like documentary festivals, like Molodist, like partners that we had. We are also doing programs in Germany for artists. We have a new program, Goethe Institute in Exile, where we did a Ukrainian festival. We helped the Ukrainian book institute at the book fair where we met. Yeah, we supported the stand at the book fair, which was very, very successful in my opinion. And of course we continued the language courses. We also trained teachers who came from Ukraine to Germany to teach in German schools where Ukrainian pupils arrived. And what was very important, a project I liked very much, we did bookcases of Ukrainian children books, which we sent to about 600 libraries in Germany. So young pupils could have access to their own culture, to their own country. What I think is important, the networking, to connect with European institutions, like UNIC, we are all from UNIC, and we are discussing right now the accession of Ukrainian Cultural Institute tomorrow as an associate member to UNIC. I think this would be an important step. And I have to say this whole thing is far. Yeah? This war is a little bit far from us, but I lived myself in Kiev for 5 years in the 90s. And one day on Twitter, I follow some writers on Twitter, and I saw a hole from a bomb from a rocket near Taras Shevchenko University, and I lived very close to it. So I have to say that this war is very close to us all, yeah? And this we don't have to forget. And I like the idea that culture is a form of bringing the society of Ukraine together today, and also reflect and tell the stories, as Vladimir Sheikho said, tells Ukrainian stories in Europe. And I think that's what we are supposed to help right now.
Camilla, you were very involved with your cultural institution to strengthen and to encourage civil society in Ukraine before the war. And you told me about this project of the Ukrainian Danish Youth House that you've been working on for several years. Of course, it was delayed because of coronavirus and because of other reasons. And you were actually supposed to receive the keys on the 24th of February. So I assume that this engagement, this commitment to enhancing civil society is still very, very strong on your part. But how do we do that at the time of war? And now we're not even talking about exile, but we're talking about doing something for the civil society there.
Yeah, yes, exactly. I mean, a lot. Of course, the full-scale invasion was, of course, changed everything. But what us was so surprised of was that our young colleagues in Ukraine, as part of the Ukraine Danish Youth House, I think they went 2 days and then they were online again, working on our projects again with our digital formats because we knew them from the Corona time. And I said, please take care of yourself, your security. But they say, no, 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 we want to build the future of Ukraine. And it's now that kind of battle is also going on at the moment. What kind of Ukraine do we want to be? How do we connect? Do we connect with our European community, our European friends? So I was so touched that they were having this long-term perspective, even though that they have to work in shelters, I mean, for some times. And it's still some kind of the situation now because, as we all know, it's still going on this very turbulent times and the war is still going on. But we also have to remember that there was a war in Ukraine before the full-scale invasion. So I know you are tough people and you were kind of not used to, but you have kind of worked with that kind of situation for a long time. So I think this is so important that we are not, stopping because this is a very difficult time, but we actually speed up our exchange and our commitment and our European engagement in the Ukraine. We have so much to learn also from a European or for us at the moment. So it's very good.
Can you tell us about a specific project?
Yeah. As we have done a lot of projects. I mean, we have made before we made theater projects in Mariupol and in Poltava and so on, not just in Kiev. And now we have workshop, mostly of course online, and we have a lot of cultural exchange. Just last week we have a big delegation from youth from Ukraine attending the Youth Council in Denmark. They were discussing how they could meet better and so on. And we will have delegations also from Ukraine now in the next coming weeks. Of course, we would like to have more activities physically in Ukraine, but it's very difficult at the moment. So we have, to rearrange all the time. But we will do that, even though, of course, it's more online than we have hoped to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in that respect, it's true that the COVID pandemic taught us a lot. And
that was some of the few good things about the COVID.
Yeah. Mathieu, so the French cultural institutions are present and active in Ukraine. And so we were discussing right before this panel discussion that even the Alliance Française in Zaporizhia is open and active, although, of course, it's very, very difficult to operate. When it comes to the French cultural presence in Ukraine, I do remember, because I used to live in Kiev, the French Spring, for example, used to be one of the major cultural events in Kiev for many years. But now the thing is that we understand that French cultural diplomacy is not about promoting French culture anymore. So how do you envisage, how do you understand the French cultural diplomacy in Ukraine now and your role?
Thank you very much, Sebastian. First, I would like to commend this initiative because I believe it is very important to have this meeting today. It's very important to have this kind of exchange between us. It's very important to show our solidarity and strong commitment to help Ukraine in the current situation. Not only because we are diplomats or cultural institutions, but also because the creators, the artists in our countries are very much concerned by what is going on. And we must express this solidarity at the political level. We have a French institute in Kiev. I have pretty much the same story as Johannes. We have a French institute. We were, in the very beginning of the conflict, it was difficult to operate. We had to close it temporarily. The same with the French Alliance Française, all over the country. But it was very important for us, as soon as the French embassy was reopened in Kiev, also to be able to reopen the French Institute, but also we have a French lycée, so as to show that France is back to help the Ukrainian people and government, but also the culture is there, because it's not It's not accessory, it's vital. It's a vital need. It's all about the resilience of a nation. It's all about the European perspective and identity of Ukraine. And so we need to be there, not only the EU, but also the member states, to be there on the ground. That said, it's very hard to operate. It's no longer the time for a big exhibition or a big saison, whatever. Just the fact of being open is already complicated. But we as said by Johannes and also by Camilla, we can use the internet. We can operate a different way. When my minister, the French Minister of Foreign Affairs, Catherine Colonna, went to Kiev, she had a very busy day, but she took half an hour to go to the French Institute so as to show that culture was part of the response. It was, once again, it was not only, war is not only about weapons, and, military operations, and food security and health and refugees. It's all about this. But to have a comprehensive list of the items, it is very important to include culture, a large vision of culture. It's not just about artistic freedom, expression of culture, but it's also about education, also about scholarship. And we now today, what we can do, what the French cultural diplomacy can do for Ukraine, is partly in Ukraine, but once again, it's complicated. But we do a lot in France, together with my colleagues from the Institut Français Paris. We organize, and with a lot of French institutions, we organize conferences, TV shows, and concerts, and all that can show what is the Ukrainian culture and how can demonstrate our solidarity. But the title of this panel is also in Europe and beyond. Mm-hmm. And I must say I'm proud to say that European embassies all over the world have organized since February cultural events to show support to Ukraine. Even in very far away places, like I was in mission in Phnom Penh, in Cambodia. And there, the European embassies organized a Ukrainian night with one Ukrainian movie shown. It was in March, so just after the beginning of war, and so also to explain to the local authorities and to the population what was going on in Europe.
And do you, if we project ourselves to the end of the war, do you think that there would have to be some changes in the way that we understand cultural cooperation, cultural diplomacy in Ukraine? It's a question to you, but
it's a complicated question. But because first you must figure out that we will end the current situation, how and what we will do. What I would love is to have Ukraine in peace and to be able to operate in Ukraine as we do in the rest of Europe, and to develop as much as we can exchanges, exhibitions, program of cooperations, to implement as much as we can, as we do in other part of the country, and to have Ukrainian artists coming to France, staying to France, and showing what is the Ukrainian culture.
I mean, this is a very optimistic question. Yeah, I think everybody hopes that this war is going to be over.
Oh, it's going to be over at some point.
It's going to be over sometime, but we hope that it's in the interest of us all that we are sitting here. Yeah, how the end will be. What we saw in the Maidan revolution in 2014, that the cultural sector was a driver of modernization in Ukraine. It was a driver to Europe. It was one of the big parameters in society which pushed towards Europe. And firstly, I'm very happy that Europe is also very engaged. We run a really huge project together with the French, British and Czech colleagues, House of Europe, which is maybe the biggest European cultural project that has been done. It started long before the war, but it was continued, and we did a lot of rescue for heritage and things like that, and it will be continued now. This is very important to say this here in Brussels, that we are very thankful and that this is very important. Having said that the cultural sector is so important for modernization and for the identity of the country, and now as what Volodymyr showed and what I know from writers in the Frankfurt Book Fair, they see it as their task to tell about this identity abroad. But after the war, the society will have big challenges. They have to rebuild the country, they have to form an identity, they have to think about how do we live with Russia, because it's the neighboring countries also after the war. And there I see a very big role for the cultural sector. And that is one reason why we have to support the cultural sector now, so that it's coming strong out of the war and can bring Ukraine to the future. This is what I see. And the support of the cultural sector is important now, so that they can continue, that they can survive. But the challenging questions ahead, I think we need culture to answer to them. And that's a second reason why we have to support now.
Culture has to answer to these questions. It's obviously an essential issue, but we saw from the side of many European countries since 1945 that there was a huge investment in culture, and there was a huge investment in cultural diplomacy as a way to prevent the repetition of the horrors of World War II. And we see now that it kind of failed. So do you believe, maybe a question to you, Camilla, do you believe that something overall should change in the approach to use culture as a way to mend tensions between people?
That's a huge question, but well, you can say that culture. We have to face that culture is sometimes a substantial part of conflict, but it can also point to the solutions. I mean, it is, as it was nicely formulated today, it is also the way to make understanding, commitment, and make bridges. And actually to building up identities, new kind of identities. And, well, it is, I mean, the Danish Cultural Institute were founded in 1940s, just before the outbreak of the Second World War. And a lot of things, of course, is happening. But one of the, I think, they can play an important part of reconciliation and rebuilding and connecting people again. And we went in the beginning of the 19th to the Baltic states because there have been this Cold War and then the wall between the Eastern European countries and the Western European. And we have to say that we share common history, that we are much closer than what the political system says as the people-to-people contact. And I think that would be one of the most important part if we dream of a post-war situation, that we have, of course, a lot of connection to make. Because before the war, I think it was most of for the young people in the Western Europe, they had not much relation to Ukraine, where they couldn't even, place it in a map. Where is it? I mean, and they know all about some places, small cities in France or in Great Britain. So there has a kind of blind thing about this is some of the historical, because of the Cold War, we didn't feel that we were so close neighbors geographically and in culture and so on. But I think that will be one of the few good outcomes, really good outcomes of the current situation, that we can feel the close connections. And you have definitely intention from all the Western Europe. So now you will have a very strong ties to build on in the future. But it begins now because, of course, the conflict is going on now. But have we failed? Well, I mean, culture work on another channel or another field in the political system. And that is actually one of the most strongest things, that when there's conflicts on one side, then you can communicate through culture on the other, or you can build it there. I think for the long term, it's always the best way to fight stereotypes. That it will be through culture, to fight prejudice, to fight blind spots, and to connect us people to people. So, but of course, it can't not in itself prevent wars, but I think it can postpone it or maybe make a fast rebuilding after huge conflicts.
Yeah, I will hope so.
Let's hope so, yeah.
Iryna, the majority of Europeans woke up to the very existence of Ukraine on the 24th of February. It was said earlier, Camilla also confirmed it. But that's also, as it was said before, that's also because the Ukrainian Institute is very young and the idea of a Ukrainian cultural diplomacy is very young. And now, unfortunately, we see that this young cultural diplomacy is overwhelmed with the tragedy of the war. So what would be the way to talk about Ukraine and, in a way that it also dissociates it from the war, that people understand Ukraine for what it is, not only as a victim of an unjustified aggression, but also for what it is, for a country with potential and artistic creativity?
Thank you for this question. Actually, starting from the very first day of the war, we refused to be victimized. And all our communications, official one and non-official, is strong, starting with, I don't know, our president, take his speeches. We are talking to the world with a strong voice. We are not victims. Yes, we are fighting the aggressors, but we have the right to defend ourselves, and we defend Europe, and we will win. So we are talking to the world as winners. We are already thinking about what next after the V-Day. We talk a lot about positive narrativization of Ukraine. So we really, by far, do not want world thinks about Ukraine as a victim of aggression. This is not who we are. Yes, maybe over the past 9 months we are fighting the biggest aggressors in the World War II. But Ukraine was before, it still is, and will be much more than just a victim of the war, or unjustified war, unprovoked full-scale aggression of Russia. So we have such a potential that we now, as a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a Ministry of Culture, as Ukrainian Institute of Books, and many other Ukrainian institutions are thinking about the projects to implement next year, which are about future Ukraine, or Ukraine we need world to see. Maybe to see it through our optics. For example, I will give you a practical example. Now we are working on the project, it will be multimedia project, what we are fighting for. And it won't be about the war. It would be about our, the most dearest things for us we are fighting for. Now we are planning some activities and projects in the area of recovery, because recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine will be the huge phenomena in 2023 and actually and after, because it will take several years to rebuild our cultural infrastructure or to rebuild our tangible cultural objects and to return our people who do not have their homes right now. So we are thinking of it, and of course we actually call on our partners to be with us here, because we need resources, especially financial one, but also we need networking. And you mentioned the remote countries of the world where our partners are vocal on behalf of us. This is about Global South. This is our major kind of, not a problem, but a solution, I would say, to be vocal and visible on the Global South. And actually together with Ukrainian Institute, starting from the next year, we will develop our kind of a policy how to deal with the country of a global south in the cultural diplomacy dimension, but not only for the Ministry of Affairs. It's a political kind of task to win over their hearts. The people of Latin America or Africa or South Asia, they do not know us, and the Russian narratives are winning there right now. So yes, we want the information war in Europe or USA or Canada or some other partners country. But in Global South, believe it or not, Russian narratives about the war prevail, and a lot of countries either neutral or negative about Ukraine, and only few of them are in favor of what we are fighting for. Understand us. Of course, this is a huge task for diplomats, firstly, for politicians and diplomats, but you know that the culture should actually come alongside the way with us, and our priority, one of the priority for the next year, together with Ukrainian Institute, to develop a kind of a global South cultural studies for us.
Yeah, I see that you have quite an idea of what to do next, and I also understand your call for your partners to be there with you to assist you in this task of explaining Ukraine, of telling the world and the global South in particular what Ukraine is. Maybe just as to bounce back on this, it was said earlier that what we should expect from European cultural institutions, first and foremost, is to listen to Ukrainians and to talk with Ukrainians. Do you have the feeling that this is the approach, this is the attitude?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This is the only approach that we expect and we actually would be thankful for. And I can give you even a practical example. Our embassy in India wrote to us that the cultural institutions from Spain, like Cervantes Institute and then Goethe Institute, I suppose, and British Council, several of them actually made a certain event for Ukraine and suggested their help in India to promote Ukraine. So this is something that we would like to scale up and to kind of put this model as a showcase or a case study for other countries of the global south, how the Ukrainian institutions, with very famous one, you know, who are presented there, could practically help Ukraine to be our not only advocate over there, but offering us their kind of their context, their resources, their possibilities to for Ukrainian Institute, for example, to come and make a project together with them, but for the local people. So this is something that we will be working on through the next year.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I will come back to the question you had before. Has culture or cultural exchange failed? Politics have failed, I say. but because I'm asking these questions quite often, and I say no, cultural exchange didn't fail, but politics have failed. But of course, this is a too easy answer, because cultural exchange is part of but policy is part of policy. So. Still, I don't think that cultural exchange has failed, because you have to look at the aims. What can culture reach? What can cultural exchange reach? And what mechanisms do we have? And of course, it's always long-term. It's creation of connections between people. It's creation of networks. It's a little bit away from daily politics. And as we can see here, I think under the bad circumstances that we have, cultural exchange provides a safe haven and a network and a platform to exchange even in the status of war. So I think it's too easy to say culture has failed, because we are still working and we're having our role, and we're defining the Ukrainian artists are defining their role newly in the European and the world context. Very interesting. So I would say we haven't failed. but our networks are stable, but they change. And so the second question you had, does cultural exchange on the whole has to change? Because what was said, what we say in Germany, all these African states didn't vote for us in the UN. What did we do wrong? And then, of course, there comes the China, Russia. There comes this whole picture of the world, division of the world, and the new conflicts and so on. And there's a certain danger in it that politics uses culture more instrumentally maybe than before. And if you use culture or cultural exchange more instrumentally, if you instrumentalize it too much, it loses its power, because the power lies in freedom and creativity. So this is a certain paradox in this respect. And I cannot give you a final answer to this. But this is a question that we really have to discuss in the circle of the cultural institutes, of the politicians, of the diplomats. What is the right balance between values and interest? And this parameter has changed a little bit through the war and through everything what we are discussing here now on global conflicts. And we have to be very careful not to instrumentalize cultural exchange too much, because then we go into the trap that Russia was going in the last years. Yeah. So it's a paradox, but I think we have to discuss it in this way.
Yeah, I don't think it's about instrumentalizing. It's really about enhancing dialogue and fostering mutual understanding. I would also just add up on what you say. I think it's a collective failure. And I know that, I mean, military failed, politicians failed, intelligence failed, journalists failed. And I mean, we basically saw it coming since 2014. We had it under our nose, and still we collectively failed. So, yeah, this is one of the things that we definitely have to be humble about and to regret, probably for the rest of our lives. But well, so it is. Mathieu, would you want to add something to everything that was said, and then we'll go for questions from the audience?
Now, as we are contemplating what has changed since February in the field of international cultural relations, I would like to just make a focus on something else, which is heritage. It has been said this morning that in this conflict, culture is a target. Cultural institutions, heritage buildings have been targeted. And we know it because it already happened in Syria or in Afghanistan in the past. And we decided 5 years ago to create ALIF, the International Alliance for the Protection of Heritage in Conflict. But it was created at that time for the Middle East. And in our mind, we never said it, but it was clear that it was a problem in the Middle East. It was to protect sites, archaeological sites in Iraq, in Syria, and so on. But we realized since February, but it can also be a European problem. And ALIF was very reactive because with 5 million euros, they went directly to Ukraine together with Ukrainian institutions to use this money. 2 million euros were coming from the European Commission, which was, I believe, the first time the EU commit to ALIF, and they gave us the money to protect sites, to put some artifacts in safe places, and everything like that. It is very important because artists can go from one place to another, creativity can rebirth, but heritage, if it is destroyed by the enemy, you will lose part of your DNA. You lose part of the identity of a country. So it is very important in a conflict. And this is something, to my opinion, which is new. 10 years ago or 20 years ago in the diplomacy, it was not an item. It was not a subject. But now we have this. And in a way, we have a new problem, but we have a new response. And this response is a kind of European response we can provide to Ukraine.
Thank you. We can now take some questions from the audience, if there are any. Yes, I see one.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. My name's Jacqueline Hale. I work for an organisation called Crisis Action. This summer we we facilitated a dialogue between South African and non-governmental organisations and Ukrainian women artists. We learnt from this experience the power of listening and the importance of partnering with local institutions, and I want to pick up on the point of one of the panelists there about the importance of the values-based approach. Local institutions from the hosting society who share values, and I want to be a bit provocative and question whether it's a good strategic approach for the Ukrainian cultural institutes to partner with European institutes in the Global South. To put it mildly, the Europeans have baggage, and we, Europeans, are not always welcome with our cultural values and ideas. So I would encourage in the approach to really seek out those, because they are there, local non-governmental organisations and powerful institutes actually that have a values-based approach that can enable the local community to meet Ukrainians directly in dialogue and not mediated by the Europeans. So with that provocative thought, I'll leave it there. Happy to hear the panel's responses, because you know colonialism, it not only happens in Ukraine, it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, I like the idea very much, and I recommend this to the Ukrainian Institute. But you have to, the Ukrainian Institute has to ask themselves, do we also present ourselves in these contexts as Europeans? Because this is, yeah, they're two, in my opinion, but I think Volodymyr has to answer this question. But in my opinion, the Ukrainian Institute has to decide when going to the Global South, do they see themselves as Europe, as part of the European cultural scene there, or do they want to go into the local cultures? But also, this is not a Widerspruch. What's Widerspruch? Because also the European cultural institutes, I know it from my institution, are trying to learn and partner with local institutions. So it is not said when they go to the Global South and have a desk in a Goethe or a British Council or French Cultural Institute that they are stuck to these institutions. But of course, we also go out and try to partner and reflect on this history more and more. So I think it's an interesting question and interesting approach, and I think it's a decision to the Ukrainian Cultural Institute that I cannot make, but both, yeah, exactly.
Can I just quickly intervene? And, can you hear me? No? Does it work? Yeah, it does work. So, I mean, we are generalizing when we say Europe or the Global South. It's just a blanket definition of an incredibly diverse region. I mean, Global South is not even a region, it's just a collective of countries that we just sort of conveniently found this definition for, which I kind of don't really like as a definition, to be honest. But equally, Europe is as diverse, or even more diverse in many respects, than this collective of Global South countries. So when we talk about cultural diplomacy and when we kind of design programs at the Ukrainian Institute, cultural relations programs, we do not work with Europe or the Global South. We work with individual countries, societies, even cities, even sometimes communities. So it's very granular in how we work in so many occasions. So I think it inevitably, there has to be less generalization as such, and more knowing of the individual context of the countries that we are familiar with or less familiar with. And this is a huge task, I think, ahead of us. Iryna has rightly pointed out that, you know, Ukraine has in many ways failed its relationship with the Global South, and now we're catching up. And there is no other way than finding the right language, finding the right references, finding the right commonalities with individual countries in that space, and not be too arrogant to just assume that has to be, or can be a blanket kind of approach or a universal approach to that region. So I suppose that is my kind of reflection on what you.
I mean, the question was about how you are conceived when you partner with post-colonial, with institutions that have a colonial past. This was the question, and I agree with you. I don't like the word Global South. You used it, but I don't like it too much. But I think the question is a very valid one, and we see it every day in these countries. And I think it's a good question, which cannot be answered today, but it's a question we can take. You should take with you, in my opinion.
But thank you for the question. I mean, I think from our experience, it's quite difficult to talk about colonialism or decoloniality with a lot of countries and people from the Global South, because our histories are very different and our experiences are very different, but structurally, actually, they're very similar. And when you get to the bottom of things in that way, and when you try to sort of unpack this and say, look, we may be very, very different, and the history of the 20th century and beyond that is very different for us. But structurally, we have experienced the same or similar inequalities, oppression, homogenization, stripping of our identities, etc., that actually brings our experiences much closer together. And then, only then, at a human level, at a personal level, I think a lot of people get it, and then you have a good foundation to build further communication on. But thank you, this is a very valid point, I think.
I could actually a little bit, build on it. It's not a unique question. I kept asked about this every time, believe me, because I can actually give you a small demonstration. Once at some online seminar, I was talking about Global South and how British partners actually offered their help and so on. And one of the participants actually kind of mocked me. What? British partners in Africa? Are you crazy? They are most hated there, together with USA, and so we know about the problem. Of course, we keep it in mind. But when we are talking about the cooperation with the famous institution already presented in the Global South, it means that we need, we will start from the scratch. So we need partners. We don't know locals yet. Of course, we have in certain countries in the Global South, and in a lot of the countries of the Global South, our embassies. Of course, they would be our consultant on the local kind of local policy towards Ukraine or towards Europeans, or what locals are thinking about colonialism and so on. Of course, we will take it into consideration, and therefore I told that this should be the Global South cultural diplomacy studies or something. So we start from the research, not from certain practical projects already. But of course we need some partners and help with advice, contacts, networking, platforms to talk even. I think that it should be a multidimensional approach, but of course we will take into consideration all this colonial stuff and the Global South countries.
Can I? Sure. I'm Inge Köstermans. I'm running the Festival Academy in Brussels. I just wanted to make a reflection, not necessarily a question. I'm not so sure if the Global South is about stereotyping. I think whether we like the term or not, it's about an economic term. So it is a reality that is being reflected. And whatever term that we use for it, I think we need it still to reflect that reality today of countries that have less economic, military, and thus cultural power within this world. So just a reflection to make on that. Thank you.
One more question there. Yeah, go ahead.
Dennis Buckley, Irish and Europe Association. I find something very interesting in this forum because this forum, what Ukraine is doing, is also an inspiration to other countries in the European Union because culture has really suffered during COVID. And we're not seeing as much cultural activities as we should see in Europe at the moment. We as an organisation are a grassroots organisation working subsidiarity with culture. I have this concern that culture can become too much institutionalised and how to get the right balance. I understand that institutions must provide infrastructure and finance. Now, one of the things I understand from my feedback around Europe, and this we have to understand, is the cultural shock experienced by Ukrainians coming from different parts of Ukraine who do not understand our values or they don't fully comprehend what's involved or the diversity. And this is an urgent educational process we have to adapt. I also see the need that priority of cultural projects from Ukraine is to meet out to the citizens around Europe who are hosting refugees to understand the plight, the sacrifices, and we need to be getting down to the lowest levels in every community as much as possible in Europe this present time. The other thing is we have an Irish expression, Tír gan tanga is tír gan anam. A country without a language is a country without a soul. And this is so important for Ukraine. We as an organisation, I just want to make this announcement. We are now promoting the first Ukrainian English bilingual Toastmasters Club in Brussels to help teach Ukrainians to be leaders in the institutions in Brussels. It's a voluntary organisation. It's named after that famous jetliner, the Dream jetliner Mira. And I'm reaching out to anyone who wants to help culture. This club will be aid and assist other organisations to lead in all fields, every part of civil society. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Please.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Julia Chinusha from Blue Yellow Cross, German-Ukrainian organization. My question would be, as partly huge humanitarian organization, we now support Ukraine in winning this war, and we're committed to this. Also committed in cultural field to survival of Ukrainian culture and promoting it. I would ask you for advice and your perspective in what would be the cultural relations input in avoiding the war in the future, because for us as organization, it's also one of our main aims after the first goals are reached. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this reflects on one of the questions already asked. Who wants to dive into it?
The question is how to avoid a war through culture. I believe Johannes already tried to address the issue. It's maybe beyond our capacities, but it's certainly true that if you do as much as you can to develop exchanges, cultural exchanges, in all kinds of things between nations, you will help build bridges between the population, between the people, personal links, and this is all about the European construction, which is pretty much the first, the biggest ever laboratory of experience of this, building peace and prosperity in a continent after a world war, based on culture. You know that Jean Monnet said we should have started with culture. Not with the economy, but with culture. But we did both, because we had things like Erasmus, we had a lot of links in every kind of links between all cultural institutions that make that between member states there are a better knowledge of each other. But it takes 1, 2, 3 generations to reach this state. And so it's very different from the political time in which a leader can all of a sudden decide to attack a neighboring country. So it's about the real difficulty is political. Culture can help, but at the end of the day, if there is no political will, it will not be sufficient.
Can I? I think 2 points. One point is that culture has to play a very big role, and I know that it's not the time to talk about this now, but I will say it all the same. I think, and sitting here beside my French colleague and friend, I think culture has to play a very big role in reconciliation after the war. And this will take generations, and I think it's too early to talk about it. But we saw it, the French and the German. Yeah, we had a terrible wars, and now we're sitting here and not hitting each other on our heads, but going to dinner tonight. Yeah, so I think it's very important, and this came through cultural exchange. This came through youth exchange. This came to the instruments that culture has. This is one point. The second point is, I think in Russia, and this is my political point of view, we should have done in 2014 what we do now with the sanctions. And I think this is common ground now, but you always are more intelligent later than before. I don't know how this is in English. So, but there are so many countries where illiberal contexts, where illiberal situations put pressure on civil society and on artists and on the freedom of opinion and freedom of art. And in these countries, culture has to play a very big role. Cultural institutions have to play big roles. Cultural institutes have to give free space to these people who want to stay free and who want to engage for an open society because they are under pressure. So, and this is our task. And maybe in other countries we will not prevent wars, but we will contribute to the resilience of the people who want to stay free. Yeah, and this is important. And sometimes we fail, and very often we help. And so that's what I would say to this question.
I would add that the only way to prevent the next war is accountability of aggressor. Without Russia's accountability for the crime of aggression, for the war crimes and crimes of genocide, there won't be any culture in the world that would prevent, or any deed in the world that would prevent the next war. After the justice is served, we can actually think about future mechanism in culture as well to prevent the war. And I would suggest not to maybe now even talk about reconciliation after the war, because there won't be any reconciliation until the constellation of the regime in Russia is like that. That is first of all. Second of all, until the Russian society, I don't know even how to say it, maybe contemplates its role in this aggression, and maybe will go through certain transition. Until that time, believe me, any word of reconciliation with Russia, future Russia, it just probably make Ukrainians just allergic or very angry. It is not a time to talk about Russia now, unless it's unless it stops its bloody war. And then only after the justice is served, reparation is paid, and regime is changed, there will be time for the cultural people to get together and to brainstorm what to do with this country, with its culture. Because as rich as Russia culture is, it didn't prevent Russian society from supporting the war. So I think that this is something that would prevent the future war.
Yeah, and in the meantime, culture and cultural diplomacy as a way to enhance the resilience of people, namely Ukrainians, and also as a way to explain Ukraine, as a way to promote Ukraine, as a way to make Ukraine known on the European and on the world map. Thank you very much for all these thoughts. I think it's really a lot of thoughts and a lot of inspiration for the days to come. Thank you so much, and thank you for your attention. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you for this extremely interesting discussion and conversation we have just had. And let me announce that now we have half an hour break for lunch. So please enjoy the conversation during the break and enjoy your lunch itself. And we will come back at 12:45, hopefully on time. And we will have a very interesting keynote speech about how Russia is using culture in this war. understand and realize that lunch break is always the most important part of every conference. So we have to take our time for that as well. But we also have a very interesting presentation and speech prepared to be the next. And I would like to announce the theme of this keynote speech, which is Misuse and Instrumentalisation of Culture, how to deal with the consequences, Mobilizing Culture for the War, the case of Russia. And the one I have just read before that is the panel discussion, which will come the next, right afterwards, the keynote speech. So I'm really pleased to welcome on this stage our next presenter. This is Nadia Koval, Head of Information and Analytics of the Ukrainian Institute. And she will present very interesting and important, in my opinion, research on how Russia is using culture as a weapon and how Russia's cultural diplomacy institutions are operating. So let's warmly welcome Nadia at the stage.
Just a moment, I would try to launch the presentation, but it doesn't launch. Sorry. Okay. So I think we are now all set. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present today our research, which we have been conducting actually since the beginning of the all-out aggression. We did the research in spring and summer 2022, and it actually considered three biggest institutions of cultural and public diplomacy of the Russian Federation, namely Россотрудничество, Русский мир Foundation, and Alexander Gorchakov Public Diplomacy Fund. Of course, this is not the first research ever into the Russian cultural diplomacy, but what we have done here, we did three in-depth studies to each and every organization, treating their history, structure, purpose, their exact place inside the Russian regime, on their ideological underpinnings. We summarized and analyzed all their activities, projects, and target audiences. So I encourage you very much to read the research that is published on the Ukrainian Institute website. But today, due to the time and topic limitations, I would just briefly outline what these organizations are about, and then actually consider their role and the role of Russian cultural diplomacy in Russian foreign policy currently and in the current war. So I'm not sure if you will be able to see anything. I just thought the setting would be different, but I will try to tell as much as possible. So in this table, I've summarized the three basic characteristics of the three organizations. So we are dealing with one state agency, which is Россотрудничество, and two government-organized non-governmental organizations, Русский мир and Gorchakov Fund. All of them were either founded or reformed in the late 2000s after the color revolutions in Ukraine and Georgia, particularly when Russia decided that soft power was important and sought to develop it through these institutions. All of them have culture-related focus of activities, with Россотрудничество having the widest portfolio because it covers cultural diplomacy, humanitarian assistance, and cooperation with compatriots, largely saying Russians abroad. Such a wide focus of activities is unparalleled not only for Russian institutions, but even for Western diplomacy institutions. Русский мир concentrates primarily on Russian language and culture promotion abroad, and, for instance, developing ties and cooperation with foreign universities, museums, other cultural institutions. And Gorchakov Fund specializes in support and promotions of Russian foreign policy vision in foreign expert and academic communities. Though the activities of these organizations very, very often overlap, so since 2020 there is a discussion in Russia, like should we merge them all and develop an all-out state corporation dealing with cultural diplomacy and public diplomacy? Interestingly, in the latest Russian concept for the humanitarian policy abroad, non-institution is named by name, so probably the issue is still on the table. All the institutions are not only predominantly financed from the state budget, and in the case of two biggest institutions, namely Россотрудничество and Русский мир, we speak about 90–95% of funding coming from Russian state budget. But they are very, very tightly controlled by Russian executive branch and, what is important, the president personally. Last, what I would like to mention is this overview. Россотрудничество and Русский мир have quite an impressive abroad representations. So this would be 80 countries in case of Россотрудничество and over 50 in case of Русский мир. As I said, we have conducted this research in spring and summer. And already in September 2022, Russia has published the concept for Russia's humanitarian policy abroad, which has become the first, which is interesting, the first foreign policy strategy type document adopted since the all-out invasion. And what is still more interesting, it doesn't propose us any significant innovations. It rather summarizes everything, the major principle of Russian cultural diplomacy as is. So it came very handy because the things I am going to tell further, they stem not only from our analysis, but they are also corroborated by the official document of the Russian Federation. So the idea behind this concept is that Russia has a very important and distinct culture, which makes it a separate civilization based on conservative values. And its mission is to support all the conservative regimes worldwide against Western liberalism as its values. It very importantly introduces Русский мир ideology into official documents. It never happened before. And as a source of foundational values of the Russian culture, it keeps the traditional focus of Russian cultural diplomacy on the former USSR country, but it extends its geographical interest wider into Global South, especially Asia, Middle East, and Latin America. But most important addition is that it directly names the culture instrument of the foreign policy. I will skip one of my slides, and here we have a very good citation which tells us that culture should foster international cultural and humanitarian cooperation is required to foster favorable conditions for the implementation of foreign policy tasks. So the concepts actually officially instrumentalizes international cultural diplomacy as an instrument of foreign policy. And now I would like to concentrate on a few peculiarities, how culture is exactly mobilized for the sake of foreign policy priorities and ultimately the current war as the pinnacle of Russian foreign policy. The first feature I would like to mention is that the very ecosystem of Russian cultural diplomacy institutions functions along two axes. The first is vertical hierarchy. There is an old discussion about Russian cultural diplomacy. Is it okay or not that it is state-funded and state-supported, like many other cultural diplomacy institutions around the world are? But the peculiarity of a Russian case is that it is directly and dependent on the presidential administrations. For example, the president personally appoints and dismisses heads and deputy heads of Россотрудничество, heads of all Русский мир governing bodies. He appoints to these institutions his closest collaborators and makes political rather than professional choices. Would be ex-deputies, this would be some bureaucrats, and this goes beyond mentioned organizations before. For instance, the chief spy of the Russian regime, Naryshkin, is the head of Russian Historical Society, and the Minister of Defense, Shoigu, is the head of Russian Geographical Society. So this idea goes through all the ecosystem of Russian cultural institutions. And of course, all these three institutions in this or other way operate under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. The second axe I wanted to tell about is horizontal networking. It is very typical of Russian cultural diplomacy institutions, both these three biggest and many smaller, and there is some good previous research mapping all this ecosystem, that it unites in one system like deputies, ministers, other state institutions, oligarch-sponsored foundations, internationally oriented media, state culture institutions like universities, museums, religious organizations. They are mutually represented in each other's governing bodies and conduct multiple common projects. The second very interesting feature of Russian cultural diplomacy is that both its thematic focuses and geographical preferences were developed over time, and they served at different points of time as to resolve different foreign policy questions. For example, if we take Rethinking, which is actually the oldest institution among all this, because it has a long line of Soviet predecessors, we can trace its history back to the 1920s, when it actually served to improve the international image of the Soviet Union, which was not normally recognized by all the countries at the time, and via different cultural exchanges, bringing Soviet artists abroad, foreign artists into Russia, into the Soviet Union, normalize Soviet Union as a country, and create actually a positive image. And this was actually directed mostly at Western countries. Then, when the Cold War started, the focus changed, and Soviet Union was looking for different allies all around the globe, and founded many societies of friendship and cultural cooperation, trying to foster the relations with what we would now call the Global South. And finally, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the third task was reconquering lost influence, or reassembling Russian world. This was the time when Russian cultural diplomacy centered of ex-USSR countries, and countries of former Eastern Bloc started working with compatriots and promoting Russian language teaching, or something like that. And what is interesting about all that, this is a historical time span of 100 years, but at the present moment, Rethinking tries to work on all these three axes, and if we look at its geographical representations, it basically currently reflects all these three tasks and all these three geographies that I have mentioned. What was interesting also in the context of this concept of Russian humanitarian policy abroad, it keeps its focus on the CIS and former USSR state, but it details pretty much which countries of the Global South would be the priority countries in developing bilateral cultural relations. And the second map, I'm just sorry, I think you can't see the map, reflects that Rethinking in its work works a lot with so-called organizations of compatriots all over the world, just for two aims. For the first aim being making their projects in different countries happen, and the second aim trying to woo them into resettlement to Russia to resolve some demographic problems. The third peculiarity of Russians' political instrumentalization of culture is the use of Russian world ideology. The Russian world ideology is, in a nutshell, quite a revanchist conservative ideology about gathering this post-Soviet space culturally back together, and it centers on things like Russian language, orthodoxy, conservative social and political values, which together should make some base for a distinct Russian civilization. And here we see very basic contradictions between this quite narrow and exclusivist ideology on the one hand, and the multinational nature of the Russian Federation itself, and the very, very wide geographical scope of Russian cultural geography, which we could have seen on the map on the representations of Rotsutrunchetva, and we'll see on the other map as well. So, as Russian world is a very, very vague component, actually, mostly in practice, it means that Russian world is defined by the language, first and foremost, and in relations with countries who don't have large Russian-speaking populations, it mostly underlines political and social traditionalism, and you might have seen this trend in Russian official speeches, that we, more than ever, they speak about traditional values themselves as defenders of traditional values of any kind, not exclusively, let's say, of Russian orthodoxy or something like that. The biggest threat here for Russian cultural diplomacy is the fact that learning Russian language is shrinking around the world. So all the three organizations, even the Gorchakov Fund, which is mostly working directly with foreign policy narratives, they all have projects about Russian language promotion. Here I also took two citations from the concept of Russian humanitarian policy abroad. First of them said that actually the objective of the humanitarian policy of the Russian Federation is protection, preservation, and promotion of traditions and ideals inherent in the Russian world. And the second citation shows us that as in 2008, as in 2014, again in 2022, there are still political plans of cultural appropriation and homogenization and cultural reconquering of the CIS countries, because the primary objective of multilateral humanitarian cooperation with the CIS member states is the formation of a single cultural, educational, and informational space, the preservation of centuries-old cultural ties with the peoples of the states, and the strengthening of the historically established positions of the Russian language in these states. So we don't have any change here, we only have continuities. This is the map of representations of Ruski Mir foundations around the world. And the Ruski Mir in these conceptions is concentric circles which overlap. So these are countries which speak Russian language, these are countries which have orthodoxy, these are countries that have Russian diaspora, and so on and so forth. And in Russian vision, the core of the Ruski Mir is Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. This is one policy and cultural policy. Then there is an internal sphere of the Russian world, which is former USSR republics. Then there is external sphere. This would be countries with sizable diasporas or Orthodox countries, and there is a super external sphere. These are countries sympathizing to Russia, its culture and language, and countries which also adhere to some very traditional conservative values, which could be Russian allies in countering Western values and, speaking with the language of political aims, creating a kind of multi-central world order. So in the context of this Russian world, when we see the Russian culture, how it is prepared for, how it is actually presented abroad, what is interesting is that mostly official Russian cultural diplomacy institutions are concentrating on the classics of the Russian culture, of the things that I already know, that would be writers, painters, ballet dancers of 19th and 20th century. And very rarely you will encounter some contemporary art that they would like to promote. And this is ideological. They say, yes, we do not need to invent anything new. There are timeless classics, and we should make use of them. The second content feature of Russian cultural diplomacy by their institutions is an attempt to control historical narratives, especially about the Second World War, or how it's called in Russia, Great Patriotic War, and other wars and victories. Third peculiarity of Russian culture for export is fostering pro-Soviet nostalgia, and then we speak about cooperation with religious organizations, which is important both for сотрудничество и русский мир, and now we come closer to the topic of the war, cultural appropriation and assimilation of the occupied territories. These are projects that are actually dominating quite part of the narrative. And finally, we come to the war. Taking into consideration all these peculiarities, there is no wonder that all the three organizations very actively support the war. And the extreme case here is, of course, Россотрудничество, the state agency, and it is notable that already since February 24, it has doubled the number of posts of its social media, and the third of this post was, like we counted everything, was related to the war. What do? They make a lot of war-related content, and they also organize some things. As to the content, they express openly the support to the war. They produce and spread war-related narratives as to the reasons, responsibility, war crimes, driving historical parallels, directly promoting war symbolics, shooting videos with people supporting Russian ideas, and so on and so forth. Interestingly, the very important part of their work is humanitarian aid, and Россотрудничество and its partners are very actively engaged in occupied territories where they allegedly help Ukrainians who actually were the victims of this war. And Россотрудничество has been wanting to engage in humanitarian aid since 2015, and only after the occupation they started this on a great scale. And finally, what this organization does, it goes out to foreign countries to combat all the narratives and actions to criticize Russia and its policy. So it's called Battle with Russophobia and Russia Canceling. And Русский Мир Foundation is working not on such a big scale, but what it does in practice, it is actively supporting and fostering Russifications of the occupied regions, especially through school education. It is promoting war-related narratives through its own media, and I forgot to tell it in the beginning, the peculiarity of Русский Мир Foundation is that it has a very, very developed set of its own media for Russian speakers all over the world. So it's platform, it's a TV, it's radio, and so on and so forth. So they're working actively on this media to promote Russian official war-related narratives. And of course, there is very, very often propaganda from the leader of the foundation, Vyacheslav Nikonov, as well as from the leader of Россотрудничество, Evgeny Primakov, as they are both very political creatures, as they are both the member of nomenclatura. Every few weeks and months, they have another ideas. Here's a long citations how we are fighting with the cold world and we will prevail and will vanquish this fascism. And the last citation of Primakov I have encountered on Россотрудничество Telegram was that shooting civilian infrastructure and making people freeze is quite a normal practice in war, actually in war. So if we see here, we have a Ruski Mir web portal. I understand that you don't see, but this is just 2 days, May 31st, 2022. And we have a bunch of news how Ruski Mir helps retrain teachers from the occupied regions, how it helps orphans from the Donbas regions to become Russians under simplified procedure, how it has already in 2 days 2 different historical memory events, like memory of Russians who perished in the battle on Kalka in 1223, and how they're decorating Kherson with banners about Russian history of the city. You know, it's slightly outdated. And also, if one of the news, every few days, they were writing like summaries about what is happening on the front. So to conclude, and to return to our question, how actually the culture is instrumentalized for war, there are 2 ways. The first way of this instrumentalization is ideological. So with the help of this Russian world ideology and their foreign policy doctrine, such an understanding of culture helps Russia to establish itself as a separate civilization, as the center of gravity in the multipolar world, with a sphere of influence, and to deter the West and its cultural value, and to lead different conservative authoritarian regime of the world to establish this multipolar order. And the second way to support the culture, to use the culture instrumentally, is actually what I have shown in the last slide, to use the major institutions of cultural diplomacy for the war propaganda and war effort support. Thank you. Sorry, if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer. If no, then no.
Let's thank Nadia one more time for a very intense presentation full of interesting facts. And from my side, I'm glad to announce the follow-up discussion right after this presentation, after this keynote speech. The theme of this conversation is misuse and instrumentalization of culture, how to deal with the consequences. And I'm glad to invite our speakers and the moderator of this panel. So please welcome Ms. Vivian Walker, the Executive Director of the United States Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy at the Department of State, Petr Kreko, Executive Director of Political Capital Institute in Budapest, who will try to join us remotely, Pavel Potorochin, diplomat, author, director of the Adam Mickiewicz Institute in 2008-2016, and our moderator, Dr. Olga Onuch, Senior Lecturer in Politics and Associate Professor at the University of Manchester. Let's welcome them warmly on the stage. And as far as I see, we already have Petr. Petr, can you hear us?
Perfectly. Hi, everyone.
Great, great. We can both hear and see you.
Apologies, So, hello, Petr, and hello to my distinguished colleagues here today. I'm Dr. Olga Onuch. I am probably one of the few experts on Ukraine and Argentina, so that earlier discussion has really interested me quite a bit, although that's not what we are talking today about. We're talking about the misuse and instrumentalization of culture and how to deal with the consequences of this. And I'd like to start off with a little bit mise en scène. On February 24th, this has been said multiple times today, and I think to the absolute anger of all Ukrainians that keep hearing it, but a lot of the world woke up to Ukrainian culture. Certainly not my colleagues here, but time and time again. But what they were surprised by was not so much to find out that Ukrainian culture has a long history and it's, tied to civic duty and democratic engagement and all these wonderful things, but in fact that it's very creative. from those farmers in the fields using whatever tools they had, to Alevtina Kahidze in her cellar, talking to us through her images about the battle for Kiev, to Olesia Homenko, who painted her partner going off to war. And then, of course, Tatiana, Volodymyr, Olesia, Yulia, many others, they traveled around the world to continue to pass on the information of what's happening on the ground through culture. What were they doing? Well, they were doing what we call cultural diplomacy, soft power, cultural relations, international relations, and quite frankly, geopolitics. For many, if not most governments, soft power in its variety of forms is a part of the toolkit of influence. And let's not kid ourselves, when all of our colleagues who are up here right now and who were up here just a few moments ago, culture is used instrumentally frequently, right? And of course, some states are better at it. Some states are more clumsy at their instrumentalization of culture. Perhaps some of those who are here with us today. And others just simply use culture to a very particular mean, to convince that they are not the hegemon and oppressor and aggressor. And so Peter, I would like to turn to you first. I know you've written recently about the instrumentalization of culture by Russia. How has this happened in your opinion, and to what ends?
So first of all, thanks a lot for the ability for being here in this panel, and I feel sorry that I can only join online. So we wrote a study back to 2016 at my institute, Political Capital Institute, and what we concluded even back then, and it was post-Crimea, that Russia is very consciously using the export of ideology and culture in order to present an alternative model for the decadent, cynical, and also nihilist West, as they pose. And Vladimir Putin, for a long time ago, but especially since his return to power, to the presidency in 2012, is very conscious in building his image up as this conservative world leader. And even one of the Kremlin-funded think tanks, Western think tanks, have called him the leader of world conservatism. So this value trinity of nation-state, of family, of religion is something that has been highly attractive for many in the West who are unhappy about the wave of liberalism, multiculturalism, and let's say the progressive values. So I think it has been a very, very deliberate and very conscious and very strategic effort for a long time. And in that respect, I think it's hard to separate the different branches of soft power. In terms the feature of Russian soft power generally, as Marcel van Herpen says, that it's hard power in velvet gloves. So usually it's state sponsored, state controlled. There is strong activity of the state in the process, and also it serves geopolitical goals to high extent. And we cannot really separate what the soft power goals of the Russia Today and Sputnik, that is right now in the EU on sanctions list, of, for example, the Russian Orthodox Church or of the Ruski Mir foundations, for example. And what we have seen is that for a long time, there has been a very strong support for Western organizations by, let's say, Orthodox oligarchs like Konstantin Malofeev to the World Congress of Families in order to promote a pro-birth, anti-LGBTQ, pro-family agenda. And for a long time, Vladimir Putin's main argument, that he repeated it after the so-called annexation of the new territories and their joining the Russian Federation, that LGBTQ ideology and gender ideology is a geopolitical tool and weapon of the West. And in order to counter that, the conservative forces have to wake up. So I think the most important success of this cultural weaponization is that Vladimir Putin could become this world hero of conservatism.
Very interesting. Vivian, how do you think this has changed since February 2022? Is there a new tactic, or is it just more of the same? And what are the consequences of this?
Great question. Am I on? Yep, okay, great. Just to return to the question of soft power, broadly speaking, you're absolutely right. Everybody engages in soft power. And soft power is an instrument of power. Depending, no matter how you look at it. Now this one works. Oh. There we go. So, yes, absolutely to the instrumentation of soft power, but I think there are some important nuances. When we think about soft power, and that's basically trying to shift attitudes and behaviors in perceptions in a way that serves your ingoing strategic interests, there are different ways to use that tool. So if you think of it on a spectrum, on the spectrum closest to peace, if you will, you have soft power that is used persuasively. You make a case, you make an argument, but the intent is to provide enough information and enough liberty of choice to your target audiences so that they can decide or not to decide to adopt these your ideas or your perceptions or your defense of your policy. You move to the middle of the spectrum, where you get something that's a little bit more transactional. So that's where what Hillary Clinton at one point called smart power rather than soft power, that is sort of giving information or sharing information or opportunities in return for some kind of shift in behavior. And then on the other end of the spectrum, closer to war, to conflict, is the coercive use of soft power, as we know, as disinformation, information manipulation, using information, exploiting fears to force people to behave in certain ways. So all of these, I think, are iterations of power, but I think when we're talking about these issues, we have to understand the range of their uses. With respect to the current instrumentalization of culture, it continues to be an issue. But the aspect that I focus on in my role as someone who looks at public diplomacy and the uses of soft power, my concern is the degree to which you can combat these effects. And we've heard very interesting and inspiring remarks today, beginning with the First Lady and moving forward, that illustrate the degree to which Ukraine has taken an enormous and powerful role in pushing back against the instrumentalization of culture. Beginning, of course, with the president, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would point out that Dmytro Kuleba, the current Foreign Affairs minister, actually was the first strategic communications ambassador in the MFA back in 2014, 2015, when I had an opportunity to interview him about his vision for the future. And at that point, he recognized that like many others, that Ukraine had a lot to do to try to promote its narrative legitimacy in the global information space. And Ukraine has come a long way since then. It has done an extraordinary job. The other piece of this, though, is not simply a country like Ukraine making its case, pushing back. The other piece of this is the responsibility that the international community has to take in pushing back. And I refer specifically to the international media, but also to policymakers, to scholars. All of us, and I think we all in this room fit into one of those categories, all of us have a responsibility to promote Ukraine's narrative legitimacy and credibility. And we do that by not falling into the trap of language. This happened frequently at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. References in the media to what was happening as the Ukraine conflict, as if it were somehow Ukraine's responsibility. The tendency to repeat some of the aspects of the Kremlin narrative about Ukrainian history, its inability to stand alone as a sovereign country. You saw elements of that being repeated in the international press, unfortunately, in certain policy statements. I think that there has been, in the last few months, a significant improvement. I see less of that in the press. And if I may borrow from Tatiana's amazing Facebook post a couple of days ago in reference to the event at the Carnegie Center, Tatiana was in conversation with a journalist from the New York Times who was thinking about putting together a story, or was going to put together a story on the event, and who was really reflecting on the fact that the young people who performed so beautifully would, in a few short days, be heading back to the horrors of war. And this journalist said, the American people need to understand that. And he felt his responsibility to tell this story. So I think that that is a very positive development. So short answer, it is a continuous and iterative process, and we must remain ever vigilant, but I think we have learned some important lessons about how to push back.
Thank you. Pavel, if I may turn to you right now. You know, we've already said this a few times in this discussion. European, North American states have long used cultural diplomacy, whether it was smart or not, or coercive or not at times as well, as a strategic tool. But some actors, often diplomats and politicians themselves, claim that culture is above politics. Most scholars, and I think Tatiana, as she stated very forcefully this morning, is on the side of scholars, that it is not the case, that culture cannot be outside or simply parallel to politics. So this is a question. Poland has had also a checkered past when it comes to the politicization and instrumentalization of culture. Sometimes it got it quite right in terms of cultural relations, and sometimes it was a little bit more shall we say, also colonial, especially when discussing with Ukraine. So can you comment on how not to fall prey to the myth that culture is absent or simply parallel to politics, whilst also not succumbing to reactive instrumentalization of culture at the same time?
Well, first, let me state what I deeply believe in. First, there is nothing soft in soft power. I mean, it is as hard as infrastructure, concrete, asphalt, railways, airports, cost labor, tax stability, and so it is as hard as all of those elements of economic and social life. Why? Actually, soft power is managing perceptions. Perceptions tend to be prevalent. They tend to be stubborn, but they decide how we travel, how we invest, whom do we listen to, whom do we neglect, and so on and so on. So there's really nothing soft in soft power. Then, before I return to your question, then whenever culture gets instrumentalized, or is susceptible to instrumentalization, that's not cultural exchange any longer, it's fucking propaganda. And that's a absolutely crucial difference. So once upon a time, summer of 2008, in conjunction with a major college in downtown Warsaw, I have launched an extension program in cultural diplomacy. And when the first class graduated, a young man came to me and asked, so what exactly is the difference between conventional diplomacy and cultural diplomacy. And I told him very clearly, well, conventional diplomacy tells the story. Cultural diplomacy tells the truth. And that's whenever culture gets instrumentalized, it means it lies. Why is it counter-effective? We all know it. On our radars, we can detect propaganda the instant we switch on television or we take a paper or a book or visit an exhibition. We know it somehow. Somehow we are profoundly, deeply immunized against all kinds of propaganda. And believe me, from a practitioner, all cultural diplomacy actors aspire to attention and time, people like you. So it's better to avoid any faintest trace of propaganda because it's counterproductive, counter-effective. We throw a paper, we leave the theater or flip the channel. Also, in that sense, I honestly believe that cultural diplomacy is not a marketing gimmick. It's not a nation branding. It's certainly not propaganda. It's profoundly axiological project. In that sense, the truth could be troublesome, perplexing, complicated, in some cases even hysterically funny. Yet, the goal of institutions, true institutions dedicated to cultural diplomacy, is telling the truth. First, we know from Aristotle that only truth is beautiful, and it's 3,000 years old. There is no reason to change it or change our approach. And then the pragmatical reasons, propaganda doesn't sell anything any longer. Thank you.
All right, but how about the politicization of cultural promotion and cultural relations? I mean, let's be frank, it happens. It happens all the time. Sometimes it needs to happen. Sometimes it doesn't. So how do we avoid this, falling into the praise of this?
You know, leave it to the professionals.
Aren't you the professional?
No, I'm ready to offer an example. 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, I drove from Warsaw to Kaunas, Lithuania, in company of Volodymyr Sheiko. Do you really think we were discussing what divides our nations? The painful past? No. We were discussing what to do next. Of course, we have a joint past, post-colonial. Has this word been used in this 5-hour-long conversation? No. Leave it to professionals to, I'm not saying delusional hallucinators, but to people who make a living by foreseeing a certain part of future.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to again to Vivian. We talked a little bit about combating the particular type of, Russia being the bastion of conservative culture that Peter talked about. But there's also this issue that there has been a fetishization and mythologization of Russian great culture in many of our capitals here in Europe and also elsewhere, right? And how do we combat this myth of Russian great culture when it is in so many of our museums and in so many of our bookstores and so on? What can we do so that that culture is not used against Ukraine in this war, but also against other potential nations that Russia may want to attack in the future?
That's probably the question of the hour of the day, and I don't have a direct answer for it. I think one of the challenges of effective cultural diplomacy is to convey a country, a nation, a people's identity, its values, what it cares about through its art, through its culture, in such a way that The culture, the story, the narrative, the image, the sounds are made available. They are contextualized. But how people respond to that piece of culture is entirely up to them. They can say, that's wonderful, I appreciate it, or I don't like this piece of music, or I don't particularly care for the culture or the country or the policies behind that work of art. But they have the choice to either embrace it or not, make an informed decision about that. And I think that is what has to happen with examples of Russian culture and Russian art. I think we have to be able to separate the spirit, the passion, the color, the vision that went into the creation of the artifact or the dance or the piece of music from the policies and behaviors of the country from which this particular piece of art or music came from. I think that is going back to the question of responsibility. An enormous responsibility then is placed on the consumer of culture. We are all in this room more or less expert consumers of culture, the same people who are pretty good at recognizing propaganda when they see it. There are a world of people out there who are perhaps not such expert consumers of culture, not as attuned to context or nuance, not as aware of that information may be deliberately manipulated. And that is what we need to pay attention to.
Thank you, that's excellent. And Peter, I saw you nodding your head quite a bit there. Perhaps you would like to add to this a little bit.
Yes, I have to tell that I'm not an expert myself of neither Russian or Ukrainian culture, so let me say it as a more or less outsider in that respect, but I also think it is still very important to differentiate between state policies and between cultural products, and I do not necessarily think that you can directly you can draw a causal relationship from, let's say, Russian authors or writers like Dostoevsky, in whose works, of course, you have many controversial thoughts and statements. I think, honestly, we have controversial thoughts and statements in the works of great writers of that time in all of the cultures practically, and Vladimir Putin's aggressive policies and his invasion of Crimea, and then right now the whole Ukraine. So I do think, and of course I know that this is not necessarily the right time to build bridges, but the role of culture in building bridges between nations, I think it still remains important. And yes, you can weaponize culture, and Russia, through Russian Orthodox Church, Ruski Mir, and so on, has definitely tried to weaponize culture. But the mere fact that culture has been weaponized does not mean, in my view, that all the culture should be regarded as a geopolitical tool in that respect. And let me just raise another thought unrelated to that, and it's more focusing on my real expertise as a social psychologist. I think we have to underline that Russian soft power has been extremely unsuccessful in the last years, and especially since 2014. What the general goal of soft power is to improve the image of a country. And if you take a look at the polls in the West on the popularity of Russia and Vladimir Putin, it's all-time low. And I think no one have done that much about making Russian soft power ineffective than Vladimir Putin himself. The mere fact is that if you invade another country and slaughter its citizens, you just simply cannot use the media, culture, and Russian Orthodox Church and other tools to counterbalance that. So I think it's important to underline that for a long time also Russia have even given up its goal to really win the hearts and minds. I think it's more in the direction of what Vivian called smart power, or what in the National Endowment for Democracy, they usually call it sharp power, so it's more a weapon that is used to penetrate into the informational system and the democratic system of other countries. And I think in the last 10 years or so, the biggest political export of Russia, and it will prevail despite its decline of soft power, has been conspiracy theories. And conspiracy theories originating from Russia are still very, very efficient and successful in the European information space.
Pavel, before we turn to the audience, I'd like to pose this question to you as well. What happens when the Dostoevsky, the ballet, what happens when that is also used to perhaps seek negotiation, seek compromise at a time when really Ukraine is not ready to do so because it's quite frankly winning on the battlefield? How do you work in this space?
First, I have to refer to so-called great Russian culture.
So-called.
Let's imagine for a moment I'm a god, and I'm awarding things. And God says, I gave them the French who gave them those great novels. There were no tradition of novel in Russia before the French novel. Somewhere they had to learn it. I gave them Italians who designed and built their palaces. I gave them Germans who gave them law, philosophy, and philosophy of law. I even gave them the Brits, who gave them universities and chai. So, there is a lot of manically depressive writers among Russians, and understandably so. Look at this 11 time zones. There is nothing more depressive to when you leave your house and you see the arch of the earth. That's absolutely devastatingly depressive. We have only two options as a consumers of cultural goods or assets or commodities. We either accept them as part of European culture and forgive them their narcissism, xenophobia, and profound Orthodox Church-based nationalism, or we absolutely reject it, which part of us probably did so. I'm actually watching my own library at my home, and I'm asking myself, what am I supposed to do with all of it? Auto da fe? No, hold on, it's 21st century. We've seen it before. Actually, we saw it a month ago in Ukraine, Russians burning books. I'm not going to do that. But I don't think there is something that we, as consumers, or end users, if you will, it's a very simple decision. How to negotiate it, or how to allow Russian culture professionals to penetrate Western markets, because these are markets. Make no mistake. Well, there is Western model of cultural diplomacy and Russian model of cultural diplomacy, as far as I see it. Western model is entirely relational. It's all about exchange. It's all about establishing relationships. It's all about, frankly, making friends, because cultural exchange is a relationship between a local presenter, promoter, impresario, whoever, and an artist, or curator, or a company, orchestra, opera house. It's always a relationship. What the Russian cultural diplomacy model is purely transactional. You take it from us, you pay, make no mistake, you pay us and pay heavy, try to hire Bolshoi. You'll see 6-figure numbers. You pay us heavily, handsomely, and then you can either accept our own projection of one's national self or no. And that's transaction. You can either accept the conditions of the transaction or no? There is no room for making friends, really. Establishing a personal relationship. And may I tell one more anecdote?
Yes, of course.
I worked in the US for 10 years, 5 years in LA, California, 5 years in New York City. And in the US, when you first approach, I don't know, a leader of a major cultural institution, or a CEO of a major company, or a governor, or a mayor of a major city, one is usually confronted with a highly sophisticated system of trenches, bunkers, minefields, and barbed wires. It's called assistant to the assistant to the assistant to the assistant. So by the time you reach the proper assistant, the one, of course. So by the time you reach the proper assistant, the one who sees the boss's calendar, the first question usually is, what is the nature of your call? Is it personal or business? And I have quickly learned to answer, it's a personal business. And at the core of cultural diplomacy is personal relationship. Try to have a personal relationship with a former KGB agent or a hardcore alcoholic director of a major cultural institution. Good luck.
All right. Well, let's turn to the audience. I'm sure there are some questions and comments in the... Okay, why don't we start off here? And do we have a microphone? Perfect.
I really like how you concluded that Russian cultural diplomacy, if we may call it, was not that successful in recent years. But I would like just to remind you a few cases. At the moment when invasion broke out, Victoria and Albert Museum in London hosted the Fabergé eggs, and Amsterdam Hermitage hosted the Russian avant-garde collection from major state institution. They, despite the call, the request from Ukrainian state to hold these artworks and then, pay the reparation with them, both museums returned the stuff to Russia because they didn't want to break the contracts. And I am afraid that some of these museums, they're not in a hurry to work with Ukrainian collections in museums at all, because I believe that they are still waiting, until everything settles, and then we can continue business as usual and have this great Russian art back. I don't see, frankly, many signs of the counter, so how do we deal with that?
So who would like to start off with an answer to that very difficult question?
Well, I'll start, but I know my colleagues will join. When Peter was referring to the decline in Russia's soft power, he was referring, I think, to some of the polling that's been done by Pew and other organizations that do indicate that globally, not universally, but in most countries, there are definite exceptions, popular perceptions of Putin and the Kremlin's behavior, what it has done to Ukraine most prominently, but its behavior in many parts of the world. Let's think Syria, let's think sub-Saharan Africa. We can take any number of examples in which Russia has behaved in a way that is both cruel and vindictive on the ground level while pursuing its own interests exclusively. That behavior has penetrated more or less a general consciousness or awareness. And in terms of popularity, however you define that, I do think that there has been a significant decline, and there are reputable organizations that make those studies. That said, though, I think we're getting, the issue here is not popular perceptions of perception, but a far more difficult issue, the one you referred to, Tatiana, so eloquently, as this sense of culture and association with history and ideas that is a much harder piece to make any pronouncements about a decline in a value or a decline in perception. In fact, I don't know how you even measure that. So let's qualify that ingoing statement about the decline in soft power and make it clear that we're talking about a decline in approval of behaviors rather than talking about a decline in appreciation for Russia's soft power. That said, I think you have identified a real failure in responsibility. We were talking about responsibility earlier, and how I pointed to international media, to policymakers, to governments, to educators and scholars, to take responsibility for the way in which Ukraine is portrayed in the global information space. That frankly is much easier to make those corrections in terms of language, in terms of historical corrections, much easier to do than to address these, address the issues you raised with the examples of the museums. I think the place to start is education. The place to start with the museum administrators and the people who employ the museum administrators, and so the or the governing officials in that country who are responsible for museums. I think you start there by talking about the consequences of such decisions with respect, for example, to the exhibits and what that means. And you can make the case, I think, is that if we are generally supporting economic sanctions on Russia, why then can we not think about a kind of a sanctioning approach in terms of artifacts? But it has to begin at it has to be a conversation at the level of the museum administrators and at the level of governance. And it's a conversation that needs to be joined by, foreign policy experts, by economic experts, but it is something that needs to be addressed.
So I see two more questions already in the audience. Pavel, Peter, would you like to add anything to this question, or shall we go on with more questions?
Citizens can organize. I mean, if I can vaguely envision an exhibition of any Russian artifacts in Warsaw, National Museum in Warsaw, I can, believe me, the response of the infuriated inhabitants of Warsaw would be immediate and swift, and the director of such a museum wouldn't last longer than 24 hours. And that's up to all of us, to object, to protest, to boycott if necessary.
Calling for a revolution. No, I kid.
Every 30 years, yeah.
Every 30, okay. Here, please, go ahead.
I like the answer of Pavel, of course, but we are not in Warsaw, we are in Brussels, and we see the Opera House in Brussels staging beautiful Russian operas. And the narrative that we hear is, well, it's not Russians. I mean, Russians are good, it's Putin that is bad. Don't put Russia, don't go against Russia. We have good Russians too. So that's the kind of narrative we hear. And that kind of soft power, hard power if you want, is used all the time. I went back in memory, okay, those my age will remember that in 1968, the coup of Prague, what was played on the radios here? In the UK, you had Mary Hopkins singing "Those Were the Days," a Russian song translated in English. And in Belgium, the #1 at the hit parade was Dimitri Durakin singing Kazachok. Raz, dva, tri, Kazachok. Hey, they still do the same. And who can make the difference, as you said? We can. But most of the people do not make the difference. And they go to the opera houses, and they go to the exhibitions. How good, how beautiful is Russia. The Russian soul is superb. So we don't have to go against Russia. We have to go against, maybe against Putin. Who makes the difference?
Pavel, I can see you want to add.
First, summer 1946. First Edinburgh International Festival takes place, while Edinburgh, that was the only intact city in the on the entire island. who's the opening act of 1946 First Edinburgh International Festival? Berliner Philharmoniker, playing Beethoven. The very day of Soviet invasion on Czechoslovakia, BBC Proms presented Leningrad Symphony, under Sviatoslav Rostropovich playing Dvorak cello concerto to a standing ovation and sobbing throughout the Royal Albert Hall. A certain way between those two positions is absolutely necessary if you are to survive as a cultured people, as a human beings, really, and as a culture professionals.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I have a contribution to make, if you allow me, Anna Jaworska. So, as I see it, Ukraine has managed to expose Russia for what it is, because it's been conducting atrocities in many other countries, and hence, as a result, the toolbox of Russian influence somehow reduced, and culture remains one of these tools that are still publicly tolerated. And the way to change it, I think, is to make Europeans realize that this war is also against Europe. And that brings me to another official document of Russia that I just want to cite quickly. It's 2011 concept on activities in the information space. It explains what warfare is according to Russia. And it is inflicting damage to information systems, processes and resources, undermining the political, economic and social systems, conducting massive psychological manipulation of the population to destabilize the state and society, and coercing the state to take decision for the benefit of the opposing force. So Russian warfare is like radiation. We don't see it, but it does influence our bodies. So unless everyone in Europe realizes that the threat is common, we will be weak in this position. So I think this is the way to change the narrative.
Thank you for those interventions. Does anyone want to react to these comments or anything to say? Peter? I don't know. Oh, I think you have frozen. I thought you were being very incredibly still, but no. Do I see any other? Oh, Aleftino.
Yeah.
I was going to call on you otherwise. No.
Yeah, you know that I'm an artist, and I'm talking from a very practical look at the situation. Since I'm working in Ukraine, and my neighbors follow my Instagram and over Ukraine, and it means I can be defined as a person who related to culture. If Russian artist is not anymore in Russia, run away, lost the connection with their society, or they are censored, or they are afraid to work for their society. So they could be an artist, of course, but can we call them as the people who influence on culture, or be cultural actors? So my question is so much about this, because for me, my Russian colleagues, they don't have access to the general public. Their neighbors don't follow their Instagram. The Russian soldiers, they also don't follow their Instagrams, but soldiers of Ukraine follows my Instagram. So my question about this gap between the audiences, this first question about contemporary, alive Russian culture. And the second question is about Russian culture which actually belong to dead people, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Brodsky, Pushkin. So the question is, of course, in any culture, there are mostly the cultures which belong to empires. There are controversial pages like Astrid Lindgren, you know, the Pepe. What she's voice saying, of course, I will not say this, but there are 300 pages of PDF I actually read recently, was written about this. Don't use this word now. But Russians, they didn't produce this homework. They probably need time, pause. It's medicine for them. What Ukrainians ask, please have pause. This is my attitude as a practitioner. I'm not a politician, I'm not a diplomat, I'm not creating anything. I'm looking at culture is really like somebody who is producing and have this very alive connection to real people. As I said, neighbors, people I really do know in Ukraine or over the world.
Thank you, Aleftina. You pointed out something that was actually present in the research that was presented, right? That the instrumentalization of the old so-called Great Russian culture, yeah, versus the kind of avoidance of contemporary Russian culture and Russian cultural actors that are also living in a state of inequality and don't have the access. Perhaps you'd like to comment on that. How can we manage this, on the one hand, combating the state promotion of a certain vision of culture, on the other hand, still connecting to maybe some artists that are fleeing and are in a different realm of them?
No, I think that's very important. I think there is an opportunity to reach out to those Russian artists who have made the very difficult decision to leave their home countries, to leave the source of their inspiration, probably at great risk to themselves and their families. And I know that that there is, I won't say the Department of State because I don't represent the Department of State, but on the Advisory Commission for Public Diplomacy, we are looking at innovative ways to think about outreach to such populations, looking more closely at countries on the periphery of Russia, where many artists have fled to, like a country like Georgia, for example. So I think there is opportunity to do outreach there. One thing that concerns me, and we haven't really talked about this, we've been focused on external responses to Russian culture. But I'm very worried about the people in Russia who are cut off from all access to the rest of the world. They only know the narrative that's being given to them by their government about what's happening in Ukraine. And I think the other piece of it is to think about ways to penetrate this new digital curtain, I suppose you could call it. It's the new Iron Curtain, I think. It is the bubble that the Russian government has placed over the people of Russia who have voices too. How do we penetrate that? How do we make inroads on the Russian culture and the Russian projection of its power internally as well?
Pavel, Peter, would you like to come in on this?
Do you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can, but you're frozen. But please speak.
Okay, at least you hear me. That's something. I would just like to, totally agree with Vivian have just said. I think it's crucially important to differentiate between artists who are very supportive towards the current invasion and the regime, like let's say Nikita Mikhalkov, and some others who have fled the country or even stayed in Russia and remains critical to the regime. And again, I just would like to refer back to a previous statement that I think is also very important on the homework that the Russian society has to do. I think, the homework hopefully will be done sometimes in the future, but let's just think back about how Europe still regards German culture and arts as part of European cultural and intellectual history, and the Third Reich have not discredited all the culture and philosophy and writers and music, including, let's say, Wagner, right after the Second World War, I think have been not so popular. So maybe we will arrive to this point sometimes. And just a remark as a disinformation researcher, I think that disinformation that also came up in one of the remarks is crucially important. I have done research on Russian disinformation for more than a decade now, and I can tell that there is practically no cultural reference whatsoever in disinformation. So Russian conspiracy theories and disinformation is anti-intellectual, is anti-cultural. So I think the most important channels of influence to our societies from Russia is probably not the culture, but again, given that I'm not an expert of this field, probably I'm just not saying something trivial.
Pavel?
Well, initially I have had a problem with the very title of this panel.
I didn't make it up.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think this war is entirely about culture. It's culture's war. I mean, please don't tell me it's about oil, gas, land, grain, or rare metals, or access to Black Sea. No, it's not. I mean, Russia has plenty of all of the above. Not really necessary. It's, from my point of view, that's why this panel, this whole conference, the whole day, is so important to make sure that we can all proliferate, if you agree, that this is probably first war of that first war of that kind that is at its core, at its essence, deeply cultural. It's a conflict of a certain set of values. Is independence a value? Hell yes. So in that sense, it's a conflict of two major axiologies, or in one case, probably lack of thereof. If you don't trust me when I'm saying that it's a culture's war, I can support myself with two quotes. Russia's August 1st. Russia's deliberate destruction of the Ukrainian publishing industry is a part of larger campaign to eliminate a whole culture. Professor Timothy Snyder. If you don't believe Snyder, June 12th, Putin wants to obliterate Ukrainian culture. That's why we're giving help to Ukraine. Joe Biden.
I couldn't agree more. I think we're running out of time here. This is definitely a war about culture. And I don't think we need to turn to Timothy Snyder and our colleagues that we know we're going to agree with, maybe Joe Biden sometimes. But Putin says so himself frequently. In fact, Putin tries to deny the existence of a Ukrainian culture as long and historical as it is. And here I'd like to, when we are in Carnegie Hall, and when our colleagues are reminding Americans, and quite frankly the world, because it was streamed internationally and I urge you to watch it, they are reminding them of that famous carol that you knew. Well, that was Ukrainian culture, that same culture that Putin tries to deny through his speech, through his discourse, and now through missiles, tanks, and bullets. Thank you so much, and thank you to our presenters.
For 10 minutes, and then we will have the closing panel discussion at 14:25. Bricks and Mortar, Developing Sustainable EU-Ukraine Cultural Relations. Enjoy the coffee break. Let's imagine that I'm ringing the bell one more time. The final call, the last call.
The final
the
call.
Most final of all possible calls.
Dear colleagues, we invite you all to join us. It's the last panel discussion.
But not the least.
Not the least, and really, really interesting. And I hope it will be. That's my job, to ensure that this is an interesting thing.
Thank you, Solomia, for helping me with this.
Yes, yeah, you seem to be reacting to my words. That's perfect.
This is a magic. If I knew that it works with your voice, I would give you the floor during the whole day. I mean, you should have told me that before. I think I can start announcing the participants of the panel discussion while you are taking your seats. So the theme of our conversation is Bricks and Mortar, Developing Sustainable EU-Ukraine Cultural Relations. And this is the closing panel of today's forum. And we are happy to have a lot of speakers for this specific panel discussion. Half of them are joining us remotely, and half are present here on the stage. So today we have Hedvig Fian, Manifesta founding director, who is joining us online. She is waving us. Thank you, Hedvig. We also have Christophe Masson, team leader for Inclusive Societies, DG NEAR European Commission, who is on the stage. We also have Galina Grigorenko, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. You can see her on the screen as well. Another participant is Nat Zabrodsky, head of Ukrainian Art Ecosystem Legal Research. He's in a bright t-shirt on the stage. And also Anthony Richter, Director of Special Initiatives, Open Society Foundations, also joining us remotely. And moderator of this panel discussion, Solomia Borshosh, Executive Director of the Ukrainian Institute. Please enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, Iryna, for introducing us to our guests. It is my pleasure to host 5 speakers today. We were worried that some of you won't make it, knowing about your schedules, really busy schedules, but thank you for joining us. I will try to be specific in my questions so that we have really very practical and very useful conversation about how to make the cultural relations between the EU and Ukraine effective and sustainable. I'd like to point out that for the Ukrainian Institute, it's important to speak not only about the project's activities and how we represent the Ukrainian culture to our audiences that we're interested in, but also in how we create the relations, the cooperation that will sustain, that will last, even after our projects, our interventions end. And that is why I do have really brilliant speakers today. And I'd like to start maybe with Christophe, who joined me offline today. Christophe, what is your what would you say about how to build these relations in order for them to be effective, mutually understanding, and sustainable?
Thanks for your question. First, I would like to say that they are already effective, and thanks to the colleagues present today from DG AC, from the delegation in Kiev, and colleagues from NEAR, of course, from SGUA. I think you cannot imagine all the efforts we made since February to do as much as we can for Ukraine, including in culture. Looking forward, of course, we can always do better, or we can adapt, but it's not only on the Commission side. I think we are all convinced we are friends of culture, artists, so we are all convinced about the role of culture. We were just hearing that this is a war about culture, but we need to promote this idea. We need to convince the senior management. We need to convince your government as well that we should do more for culture in terms of investment, in terms of resources. That would be the first point, to convince that culture is not something luxury there. It's an essential point not only with regard to the war, but also for the future of Ukraine. I really believe that we need creators, we need artists, we need museums. That's the core of your identity, which is under attack, unfortunately. So practically, you wanted to be practical. Let's try to be practical and to have a sustainable audience, because it's the end of the forum, and we want you to stay and be there and be present and interactive. So the first practical thing that we started to do with an instrument called the Cultural Relation Platform, and the colleagues are here helping us. Yes, thank you, and with the support of the colleagues from DGAC as well. We did an assessment of needs. And I think that's very important, that you think of the future, you think of the time of the reconstruction, and you know the artists, the museums, all the cultural world is not the best organized, or is not the one getting most of the money we saw during the COVID crisis. Artists, they were supported in the EU, but not as much as we wanted. So my plea there is really try to be more organized. We need more intermediaries. We need more stakeholders to be involved. And the practical thing could be this assessment of needs. It's public. We can share with you what was done and discussed in Warsaw last month. And we should continue. We should continue with all stakeholders to think about the future of the cultural policy in Ukraine. If I also have a second point on this, very practical. When we work with a program called EU for Culture. It's a regional program in the Eastern Partnership, not only Ukraine, but covering the other countries. And we work with cities. And that's really amazing. I know that we have the tendency to work with capitals and to work with Kiev. I'm in love with Kiev, and that's fantastic. But we should think of culture on the territory of Ukraine, everywhere. And everywhere you have fantastic initiatives. You have all the generations, all the artists, the museums, and that's what we do with the EU for Culture. We work with Vinnytsia, with Rivne. And we are looking for a third city now, maybe Odessa, we don't know yet, but we work at local level, and I think it's important that we develop the culture and the cultural relations at all levels, including the local level, which is very relevant, I think. Yeah. Maybe I give the floor to other colleagues. I have some other points, but I keep for your other questions.
I'll be back to you, Christoph. Thank you for your first remarks. I have indeed also read the report from Cultural Relations Platform, and it has celebrated the spirit of Ukrainian voluntary movement, and it also highlighted that the horizontal ties that exist and continue to exist in Ukraine actually made a lot of cultural initiatives, small organizations, more resilient only because of this horizontal ties and relations and self-help. But we also have a very important stakeholder in the development of culture and supporting the Ukrainian culture, the Ministry of Culture and Information Politics, which is represented today by Halina Grigorenko. Halina, it's nice to have you from Kyiv, I believe. What would you say in terms of the Minister of Culture's contribution to that dialogue? We know that in June 2022, the Ukraine has been granted the candidate status to the EU, and obviously your ministry will be one of the key stakeholders in our sector to actually do the job legislatively, organizationally, and so on. What are you doing now, and what do you see is to be has to be done in the future, in the forthcoming year or two?
Thank you, Solomia, first of all, for having me here. Yes, I'm from Kyiv, speaking from my cabinet in the center of Kyiv. Fortunately, today we have electricity and pretty warm, so I'm happy to speak from my cabinet and not looking for other places where we have Wi-Fi or electricity or some power. Of course, if we are talking about EU integration of Ukraine, we should talk first and foremost about legislation harmonization. That's, first of all, the responsibility of the Ministry of Culture, Information and Policy, because our responsibilities and our commitments to European Union, of course, should be done during several years. It's not easy, it's not fast, but of course it's our responsibility. But if we are talking about connections and how to strengthen the relationships between EU and Ukraine in cultural sphere, I should start probably from one simple fact that we should acknowledge that we are living now in different contexts, drastically different. What we are having in Ukraine and what's going on in European Union. And be aware of this fact. This will fasten and will make more easy our communication and planning, because we are having different planning horizons. Like in Ukraine, we have planning horizon 0. Like for tomorrow, you cannot plan anything because you know what's happening tomorrow. We have different level of flexibility in terms of realization this or that cultural project. We have different approach to funding of projects and organizations. So to be aware that we are living in different world right now, legislatively, I mean, and way of doing cultural projects, that will ease our communication. And of course, capacity building in cultural sector in Ukraine is of utmost importance for us as a Ministry of Culture, because starting from language proficiency, I mean English, at least English language in cultural sphere, it's really basic need which should be developed in Ukraine, because now organizations would like to find some partners in European Union.
Halina, excuse me, we can't hear you. Can you give us a minute? Yes? Have we lost connection with our speakers? That would be really a loss. Perfect. Reboot is the best instrument with the technique. Yeah, I just don't want to interrupt Halina, but it seems it will take some time. We will come back to Halina because she really had interesting points about the scales of Ukrainian cultural sphere. Hanat, so let me introduce you a bit more. You are a lawyer and also a curator. A nice combination.
Of course, your conference. I'm sorry, did you hear me right now? Because we have some.
Yes, Halina, we lost you at the moment when you were talking about the language proficiency that should be improved.
Anthony, we are together, I think that, but
yes,
the audience is okay. Did you lost me at some?
Yes, Halina, we lost you, or you lost us. Maybe we were lost, actually. When you were talking about the language proficiency of cultural and artists.
Okay, so I'll start from this point once again. Capacity building in cultural sector in Ukraine is of utmost importance for us, and it's not only language proficiency, but of course the competencies in project development, project planning, project funding, and of course reporting about the results of the project. That should be developed in Ukraine, I should say, because only from 2017 we have Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, which provides grant support for cultural sector, and this organization developed and has much implication for the development of these skills in our cultural sector, but we need to develop it more and more to establish this horizontal communication between institutions. It should be first of course, first and foremost, grown from grassroots initiatives. You know, organizations in similar spheres should find their counterpart in other countries in their sphere, but to find these partners and to build reliable connections, they need to trust each other, they need to understand each other. And that is a challenge for Ukrainian cultural sector, I should say. Of course, we have some more successful organizations, and mostly in independent sector, not the municipal or state sector. But to develop this for every organization in Ukraine, we should build some online platforms, some capacity building training, some seminars, webinars to develop these competencies, how to do projects together. It's not that something were created in Ukraine and this project could be brought to EU and that would be successful result. Not. This project should be co-created. This should be born in mutual cooperation. Both parties should be benefactors of this project, and that should be learned by some of our Ukrainian, organizations. And I should say that for us, it's important to give access to these platforms of knowing each other, to make connections between institutions. And one of the opportunities is your event, of course, and some other events which Ukrainian Institute has been done during last years. This matchmaking initiative, when institution, some museum could find some other museum, some musical festival could find musical festival or musicians, and to co-create some new projects. So I will probably stop at this point about the long perspective, and probably later I will return to the most urgent and really vital problems which we are facing now in Ukraine.
Thank you, Helena, and thank you for providing the perspective on how actually people live in Ukraine and what challenges they actually face on an everyday basis. You have covered a very important topic on the capacity building of cultural actors. We have also on board Hanat Zaborodsky, who works as a lawyer, as a curator, but also as a researcher of legislation in Ukraine as to how to make it more EU-friendly, I would say, and like more harmonized with the EU legislation. Share with us the key findings from your research, please, and do not forget we are limited in time. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, stop, please.
That's how do you know you're a good speaker? Fit everything you need in 3 minutes into, but I'm going to be a bad speaker. Sorry, I'm going to take all three. So, how you build any good relations? You know, I think you have to have two independent and strong partners, like the business, personal relations, and that's EU-Ukraine relations. And now I think the guy who's making perfect Joe sitting in this chair a minute ago, like on an hour ago, said the war is about culture, and I agree. And culture is now the matter of our national security, right? And we like tackle national security really hard. So when we talk about HIMARS or armor, we say, let's adopt NATO standards. And that makes perfect sense. However, though I'm wearing this glamorous Nike tiger shirt, I'm going to talk about non-glamorous thing related to culture, and that's legislation. Because our legislation is like basically all from the Soviet Union, and some of them are even from 80s, 90s. And how you can build a solid foundation of that, I don't know. So we have to change it. And we are in partners with the Ministry of Culture. We are supported by CDC. And what we've done, we decided, hey, there's no need to develop a bike. There is this strange thing called EU-Ukraine harmonization. So let's just check everything and see how it can work. And for example, recently, a week ago, there had been a big Ukrainian exposition at Thyssen-Bornemisza. And the people from the Ministry of Culture and the organizers had severe problems transporting the works there. Why? Because in Ukraine there is no single register, which is in EU. So, you know, the simple things, non-glamorous, but you have to do that. Why the tax inspector is stopping the work? Because you tell him, that's Alevtina Kahidze, a famous Ukrainian painter. And she says, I don't know her, just go to the expertise. And it like takes a week instead of a day. So how to build a tangible EU cultural relations? You know, you have to approximate the legislation and build on that foundation. And the last thing I'll say, it's kind of funny to sit on the stage because last time I've met Solomia, I was 5. And I guess she was, I don't know who. Yeah, and we are meeting right now. And
that's true,
yeah,
really.
That's totally true. Amazing. Yeah, I was literally 5. But we are here and we are alive. And my friend, Ukrainian photo artist, Olena Subac, before I was coming here, she told me one thing, that I guess culture is a difference between a life and the survival. So we have survived to be here and to meet, and I guess we now have to build a better life. So I'm going to build that through legislation, and our project jointly with the Ministry of Culture is actually working to research everything. And you know, we've had a lot of projects aimed to change the legislation, but somehow, somewhere we have never changed, and now we are seriously on that. So yeah, I don't know if I've answered your question, but I've tried to be.
I think the issue of registers is really important, and from coming from the civil society myself, I remember how we started with the anti-corruption activists about the registration lists in Ukraine and how it actually helped to reveal a lot of information on what's going on in the country, specifically through the registers. So I fully agree with you. Anthony Richter, who is the Director of Special Initiatives in Open Society Foundations, you know the civil society in Ukraine so well. You have been communicated for the last 10 months especially, but for the last 30 years with the civil society all over the world. I have a specific question to you, not a general question that we have in the panel discussion. What do you see in the civil society of Ukraine, in the cultural sector specifically, that could help Ukrainians to integrate into the EU smoothly and more quickly? And also, what we still need to learn, and also which experience we need to share with our EU colleagues, so as this harmonization actually arrives as soon as possible.
And within 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Solomea, and I'm really sorry I can't be there. You know, I've been a couple of times in Ukraine, including last month, a couple of times since February 24th, including last month. I do want to say, go off the script of your question for a moment, just to say that I do want to emphasize what other speakers have said, that in terms of building a partnership with and accelerating the integration into the European Union, that we do need institutionalization of Ukrainian culture within the member states, and in particular, I think, you know, moving beyond this really compelling stage of and building on the stage where we have solidarity events, exhibitions, performances, to a regular presence of the Ukrainian Institute and other Ukrainian institutions in the European cultural scene, as befits a country which is on a path to accession. And you know, we're very proud of the partnership that we have with you, Ukrainian Institute, and also with the Goethe Institute, which will see a first ongoing presence of Ukrainian Institute in Germany opening in the first quarter of next year. In terms of what civil society in terms of what Ukrainian representative culture, the arts, can bring to it. I was really struck when Alevtina Kahidze, whose work I saw even in the spring back at the Naked Room in Kyiv, spoke about active listening. I think that the experience of receiving solidarity from European countries also puts Ukraine in a tremendous position to return solidarity, to listen, to be engaged in critical thinking, in mutual dialogue, mutual support. I was struck, in another setting where President Zelensky, who has been seeing the weaponization of grain and global food security, has created a kind of international working group on food security, drawing in experts from around the world and showing what Ukraine can give the rest of the world in this sphere. I think that that's an example of the mutuality and the two-way connection of solidarity. I think that Ukraine can bring the talent and the gifts of its arts in storytelling, and this will really help bring Ukraine even closer. And I think cultural collaboration. I was at the privileged to be at the Carnegie Hall concert this past Sunday in New York, and I was struck by even the long distance collaboration between an American composer, Trevor Easton, with Serhii Zhadan, who worked at distance to produce a remarkable composition that was performed for the audience. And this kind of dialogue, partnership that draws on Ukraine's cultural strength is going to be vital for bringing Ukraine and European countries closer together.
Thank you, Anthony. And thank you for all the active listening that you are doing for at least that I know you for 7 months, I believe, and I do observe this active listening from your side. It's really important. Hedvig, we are glad you are with us, even though online, but I'd like to have your input on how do you see the artistic scene now in Ukraine? And we all know that a lot of artists from Ukraine has become also this like nomadic people as much as your festival manifesto itself declares yourself, the European nomadic biennial, right? So a lot of artists from Ukraine have become this nomadic people, unfortunately, because they have been ousted from their families. They have proved their resilience, and they have proved that even though they face all the challenges, they still create. If they can't create, they do volunteer. How do you see, from your rather like international perspective, how do you see the support of Ukrainian artists, and also how do you see your contribution could look in terms of getting them in touch, in cooperation, in partnerships with their vis-a-vis in at least European countries? Sorry, Hedvig, we can't hear you. Let's try to
Of course, I should unmute.
Yes.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very sorry I can't be in Brussels, even if it's quite close by for me. But unfortunately, I have a little bit of a cold. I'm representing Manifesta. What is Manifesta? It's a pan-European network of European host cities, and it organizes every 2 years from a bottom-up perspective a biennial program in Manifesta.
We are lost again. Yeah. Hedvig, but I don't think she hears us as well. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened to Helena. Can anyone read the lips? Maybe somebody will translate us. Nope, they don't see, unfortunately. Maybe.
But Manifesta, like the last line, we have EU-Ukraine cultural relations. Manifesta is like, I guess, the saint of this.
Of this
yes. So this process, they really do drive it.
It would be really nice to hear out Hedvig. Then let's try to.
Hello?
Yes, Hedvig, sorry again, we were lost. But I think you're back.
So can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you start over?
Okay, I hear like a horrible sound, an echo, but I can start over. Make a resume in 2 sentences. So I'm representing Manifesta. It's a pan-European network of individual cities. We just closed down Manifesta 14, which took place in Pristina, Kosovo. We act like an incubator of social, artistic, educational transformation. Specifically in Pristina, we created, together with 10 Western Balkan countries, a network of artistic and urbanistic and architectural institutions collaborating together. But most prominently, our, let's say, watershed moment was that Manifesta is now creating permanent institution. And I think the most successful, what we did together with all the stakeholders in Pristina, was creating a Center for Narrative Practice, a reconciliation center for the 5 ethnic communities in Kosovo and in the Western Balkan, which is actually really about what Aleftina also spoke about, listening and telling stories otherwise, after Donna Haraway. We will continue it for the next 4 years, but when we were reflecting, as I said, when you maybe lost me, when we were talking about what does a Manifesta, let's say, host city needs to become productive, and how could it be foreseen as we possibly want to collaborate, or Ukraine want to collaborate with Manifesta, and analyzing, let's say, successful collaborations on a pan-European scale, and I will keep it very short, is focusing maybe on 5 elements. First, I think what needs to happen at this moment is pan-European coordination. So not all the institutions working individually. Secondary, interdisciplinarity. So not only focusing on exhibitions, but working in architecture, urbanism. We call it like cross-border knowledge production. And my third part is long-term collaboration. It doesn't make so much sense to do only a series of exhibitions, as I said many times in Pristina, but how can we elaborate upon a long-term collaboration between European institutions in different, and then share the best practices of those institutions. The other issue is participatory way of working. How can you, in a successful European project, create a bottom-up approach? It's not about, let's say, the public authorities or sometimes the, let's say, administrative entities. It is about what do communities feel themselves in a participatory way. And we created, since Marseille, Palermo, and also in Pristina, citizen assemblies in which we asked more than 1,200 citizens, what is the need and relevance of culture for your community? And there was actually a water with Ukraine or a city like Pristina is reciprocity. How can it be, how can we fill in the needs and the interest of the city itself? And how can we ask, especially if you want a transformation or a transition process to be successful, how can you act upon what a host city wants to realize? So for us, it's very important that its reciprocity is always starting with the leading questions from the cities and the institutions itself. So in terms of best practices, I think the European Commission can play a huge role in this if it already starts coordinating everything that is happening. Because when the war broke out in February, many of the former and future manifesto host cities like Zurich, Barcelona, Marseille, Palermo asked manifesto, what can we do together? How can we avoid individually all do a little bit, and how can we stage something together? So maybe this is the coordination role in a more, let's say, international or pan-European way could be something very beneficial. Maybe this is my first short reaction. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very well, and really thanks for important points that you've highlighted. Just before I get to other speakers, and this coordination role would be best served by whom? By the festivals like Manifesta, or by public entities? Who do you actually mean?
Well, I think in many other of these panels we have discussed that there are many, many initiatives. And of course, there are civil society organizations already in Poland, in Austria, in Italy, in France, in the Netherlands, coordinating and co-organizing. But there is nothing happening on a kind of a pan-European level, as far as I know. So I could imagine that maybe in terms of funding, in terms of competence building, in terms of support structure, in terms of digitalization, that would be one of my advisors.
Thank you, Hedvig. You've highlighted the reciprocity as an approach, which is really important, and I think Halina and Christoph somehow already mentioned. Halina also mentioned, Christoph, about the understanding of what actually Ukraine is going through now, and like what challenges Ukrainians face every day. How can we actually make it work while knowing the EU institutions as very long-term thinking institution, and also sometimes called slow institutions? How can we kind of combine such a parallel things that do not combine the Ukraine that urgently needs help, support, but also change and support in accession procedures, but also the EU institutions that also have their own procedures. I just, for the context, I was thinking about asking you a question: which success stories and approaches we could take from the successful cases of Visegrad 4 countries, or from Croatia in 2013. But I'm kind of, censoring myself because maybe their path is not that applicable to us. So how do you see this next 7 years of candidacy, of negotiations about accession, so that two quite mutually understanding objects still work together in terms of the EU integration of Ukraine?
I guess it's for me.
Yes, that's
you. First on the negotiation and the chapter on education and culture. First, you're very well equipped with the advice you will get, and I was myself the chapter desk before in DG so for the Western Balkans. In terms of acquis, culture is not the chapter where you have the most difficulties or you have a lot, because it's due to the subsidiarity with the member states. It's not a field where the Commission has a key role. So I think it will go smoothly with the great expertise you have. In concrete words, I was involved in the accession of Poland a long time ago, and I can tell you we have fantastic instruments called TAIEX and Twinnings, where we have the expertise of member states. Because in the field of culture, there we have fantastic expertise and different experiences in the 27 member states, and I think they can bring and share a lot with Ukraine about their cultural policies. And you notice I changed a bit the title to policies, and that's a message for the Deputy Minister. I think we're happy to support you with the capacity development. I think it's very important. We should discuss with the delegation, EU delegation in Kiev, or we can help you, of course. But I'm just thinking that with regard to projects, as you say, it's important we do more and better projects and sustainable projects in the field of culture. But I think also it's an opportunity for you to build better your policies. Because at the end of the day, we have, you know, this 5 million euro, and the colleagues are here from EAC and the executive agency implementing and launching this fantastic call of 5 million euro for culture in Ukraine. But it will be amazing. But I think that as a complementary action, it's important we support the future cultural policy of Ukraine. Not only working at the level of projects, but also supporting. I think it might be not yet relevant because of the context of the war, but when the reconstruction will be there, and with the new governance, the new policy framework, I think it's very important that future generation of artists have the right policy framework. They can do this exhibition, as you mentioned, without all these technical issues, and that the private sector can support the public sector will be more effective to really develop cultural policies. And there we can help you, because we have member states with this experience. I think it's unique in the world when you can pick up expertise in 27 ministries of culture. I mean, not US, not the World Bank, not UN can offer such a diversity of expertise and experience. So my 2 points is from projects to policies. I mean, both are really important. That's why we are doing the project. Also, you have a bilateral. We have a bilateral program between the EU and Ukraine, and I can tell you, it's not every country, not every partner country where we have this commitment in the field of culture. There will be an extension. I think I can announce that we'll have an extension of House of Europe. It's implemented by the Goethe Institute, by the way, and the world. But from this project, I think it's at a certain point it will be very important that we support you also in your cultural policies.
Thank you, Christoph. It's good news to hear about the expansions of the projects. Halina, I'm kind of picking up what Christoph said. And which policies are you planning to change, amend in order to harmonize the Ukrainian and the EU context for the next year or two?
Actually, it's a number of legislation acts, different types of them. Some of them are laws, some of them are decrees of the Cabinet of Ministers. But to narrow the discussion, I should say that one commitment of Ukraine is protection of cultural heritage. I mean, immovable and movable cultural heritage. And the second commitment, which relates to my sphere, is movement of cultural goods. Actually, these two commitments are surely should be harmonized with European legislation. I know that there is one other commitment in media sphere, but unfortunately I'm not the right person to talk about information policy, because it's my colleague Taras Shevchenko who is doing this type of job. But as far as I know, law on media is now in the committee of the Supreme Council, Verkhovna Rada, and it should be adopted till the end of the year. So some of the steps are already done, and some of them are planned for the next couple of years.
That's inspiring to hear that even though the Ukraine actually faces all the missile attacks every week, actually, that the Parliament is still reviewing the bills and is ready to adopt the really highly and actively contested the bill on media. That's absolutely true. We have 7 minutes left, so that I'll give floor to questions from our guests, and then we'll come back to you for 30-second closing remarks if you really want to share something that I didn't ask you. So does anyone want to ask anything? No, practical solutions are not that interesting. Olga, you took all the questions and people are now tired. So I think me, being a panelist, sometimes I like, why didn't I tell you this? Maybe you have some ideas that you would love to share specifically about the infrastructure project, infrastructure solutions, project solutions, how to make the relations, the cultural relations, more sustainable and also more mutual. The floor is yours. Halina, I'll start from you, and then we'll have a circle of 5 panelists.
Okay, I'll try to be short, but of course I should stress on some immediate needs which Ukrainian culture sector is needed right now, because a lot of different support we are getting from European partners and international donors are dealing with those people who are now abroad, who are trying to be employed somewhere in Europe, who are trying to continue their artistic activity, their artistic expression somewhere out of Ukraine. But 70 to 80%, according to our estimation, of people working in cultural sphere are living now in Ukraine, and they need to be supported in Ukraine. We know about the initiative of Creative Europe granting program to support Ukraine during 2023, but of course, that's incomparable to what we have before the war. If we are speaking about figures, for example, Ukrainian Cultural Foundation has $20 million planned for the 2022, and Ukrainian Book Institute has planned $10 million for 2022. Of course, all this money is gone now to other necessary expenditures from the state budget. And for 2023, we have support from Creative Europe, for example, only 5 million. So it's incomparable even to those figures which we have planned for 2022. So this is a budget of survival. It's not a budget of development, of course. And in order to build these new connections, new partnerships, we need much more. So we are asking for support and to reorient your programs of support in Ukraine, people who are staying in Ukraine, to continue their artistic expression and their activity, to producing goods and cultural services in Ukraine. Because, of course, not only people in cultural sphere do need support, but audiences need support. A lot of people who are now displaced within Ukraine, they desperately need culture as a territory of some, some psychological help, even so, if I may say so. So my first and foremost call to you that please think about those people who are staying, working and living in Ukraine, even in these terrible circumstances. And the second point is, of course, we are not planning at the moment rebuilding, physical rebuilding of infrastructure, but just to make coordinates what we are living for. More than 1,000 buildings of cultural infrastructure, 1,100 if to be precise, is now damaged or ruined in Ukraine. 1,500 objects of cultural heritage is ruined or damaged in Ukraine. So to winterize, to protect these buildings or these collections, we need the urgent support of equipment, generators, batteries, some fuel for them, and of course some humidifiers or sometimes dehumidifiers, a lot of equipment to protect collections, because not everything is evacuated and hidden. Of course, some of collections are staying in the basements of buildings. And Our libraries need support, and our musical theaters, for example, so they're having musical instruments which will not survive drastic changes in the temperature. So everything needs to be protected during this winter. So this is probably my call to you, just taking into account this urgent need. So we will survive the winter, and then we can speak about development and establishing long-lasting partnerships, because now people in Ukraine are concentrated on survival.
Thank you, Halina. Thank you for this really down-to-earth but very urgent calls for support. Hedwig, the floor is yours. 1 minute for closing remarks from you. But unmute yourself, please.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Solomia. I couldn't agree more with Galina. And this is also my experience in Kosovo, which is a post-war country. 22 years after the war, they said always, culture is the oxygen of the mind. Culture is the only sort of oxygen which needs you keep living. So access to culture, as Galina said, for audiences as well, for culture practitioners, as well as for artists, is extremely needed. And I also agree, if we want to build new networks, new actions, and new partnerships, this is funding is needed. That is very practical and very hands-on remark, but I see this in all the cities where we work. You need this kind of a basic funding, and you need people. I mean, inspired, creative people who can build these new networks. Infrastructure, and that's also my experience in Kosovo for the last 2 years. Still, the infrastructure needed to be rebuilt after 22 years. So can we imagine what needs to be done next year or in the next years in Ukraine? So indeed, my support to Galina's statement, funding, coordination, and maybe a pan-European approach to make sure that after this horrifying winter, there will be a new inspiration and new support in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Hedwig. And I'm passing the floor to Anthony straight away.
Thank you, Salome. And of course, supporting what Helena and Hedwig have said. We're a private donor. We created the Ukraine Democracy Fund with $45 million from us and our private donor partners. That means, however, that we want to cooperate in promoting solidarity with Ukraine with partners outside of the country. I mentioned IDFA, which is with our support funding Ukrainian visual storytelling in documentary mode. We're working with the European Festival Association and the Festival Academy, who are in the room today, helping Ukrainian programmers to network and present Ukrainian creativity around Europe and around the world. Finally, we want to work on, continue to work with supporters of the Ukrainian Institute, DG EAC, DG NIR in the European level, and member states, national institutes of culture, ministries of foreign affairs, ministries of culture, to help establish permanent presences of the Ukrainian Institute in member states. And finally, a call that pillage and plunder of Ukrainian cultural heritage is a war crime. The destruction of cultural heritage, similarly a crime. And earlier there were calls for accountability and for all kinds of war crimes. I think that this is something in this forum that needs to be reinforced. So we look forward to forging partnerships with those in the room. Sorry we couldn't be there to do that personally today. We'll be following up with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you for all the support, not only financial, but also your advices and your attention in regard to building a more systemic presence of the Ukrainian Institute in the European capitals. That's absolutely invaluable support. Thank you for that. Christopher, the floor is yours for closing remarks.
Thank you very much. So I'm listening to you, and of course we need to rebuild the cultural heritage. We need to fund the infrastructure. But if I may also warn you about some experiences we have in other countries when we put a lot of money for the reconstruction. I think it's important to rebuild the road, the bridges, but also invest in people, invest in artists, invest in the future creation of the creative world of Ukraine. Because at the end, if you put 100% only in the infrastructure, I think you will miss. And what is your asset as a country is your people. It's your creators, your artists. And I'm sure the future of Ukraine will shine with the artists and creators. So to stay on a positive note. Yeah.
Thank you for this hope, and thank you for your belief. Hnat?
Yeah, I'm going to tackle the question that you have mentioned, short perspective and long perspective. I think with the rapid reaction, we Ukrainians are kind of good. And our power of small initiative, we have gathered, we have done everything. But where we maybe struggle sometimes in building long-term, we have this word sustainable. So what we would also need is support for the people, but who can build long perspective institutions. For example, one of our tracks within the research, we know we have better regulation for the institution, but we also have to have people who can build those institutions. And I'd say invest also in long perspective, study professionals that's all around the sphere, not only artists, art managers, curators, the people who can build the institutions. Go for the missions who can teach us how to build an institution which is focused not on a single subject, but building an overall ecosystem. And I guess that we'll move in the short perspective, and then we'll have this longer sustainable approach. Everyone wins.
Yeah, the building institutions couldn't be better in conclusion, really, for this panel. Thank you for that, Hnat. And actually, it also supports our approach within the Ukrainian Institute that the present projects, everything should be sustainable and systemic. So thank you for your attention, guests. Thank you, Anthony, Halina, Hedvig, Christoph, and Hnat for your inputs. I hope it was useful for you, for practitioners, for diplomats today. And I hope you'll take some takeaways from this panel discussion. And I'm giving the floor to Iryna.
Thank you, Solomia. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the discussion. And now we will have a final remark from one of our colleagues, Alim Aliyev, Deputy Director-General for the Ukrainian Institute. So welcome him on the stage, please.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear speakers. During this day, we gave answers to many questions, but even more questions were raised. And it should be so because the search for forms of interaction and our common challenges always begins with a dialogue. But today, much of the conversation was about the future, our common future. And I tried to summarize a few key points. More than 550 of Ukraine's cultural and historical heritage objects damaged during the war. One of the tasks is to preserve cultural heritage, to rebuild and to reinstall cultural institutions. Ukraine should be more understandable to the world. And that's why it's important to support long-term projects and building cultural coalitions around Ukraine using values-based approach. Correct attribution of Ukrainian artists in European museums and galleries. Challenge of outlawing of artists and cultural managers, and here we see further support for these people through holding residences and scholarships, exchanges, assistance in cooperation with European colleagues. And also we should say about joint fight against Russian disinformation, which not only manipulated the topic of war, but also interferes in the internal process of European states. But let me share one story that I'm thinking about these days. Last Saturday, I was in the small village in an hour and a half drive from Kiev. It's called Yefremova. I was there together with American writers and journalists whose trip was organized by Pan-Ukraine. We drove up an interactive house, all the windows of which were broken. It was the building of the local school, near which we were met by 62 years old man, Mr. Ivan, who worked here as a supply manager on the kindergarten. Ivan led us to a green door where it bring pink paint was written in Russian, be careful, kids. This door led to the basement. During a month in March 2022, the Russian occupiers drove almost all of inhabitants of this village to the basement of the school. That's 356 people, of whom 50 were children. I looked at the walls of this basement for a long time. On these walls, children scratched the national anthem of Ukraine, drew pictures, and adults kept a calendar of days, counted the number of dead, and wrote their names. There was 50 centimeters of space for each person. So the rooms, despite the winter weather, were hot due to the huge number of people. So children played next to the corpses of those who couldn't withstand such conditions. A total of 11 people died, another 10 were shot by Russians. Sometimes the occupiers allowed burials in the local cemetery, but at the same time, they fired at those who conducted the burials. The Russian military bombed the entire village and from the same place fired at Chernihiv, the center of this region, and simply used the locals as a shield. Mr. Ivan, who shared his testimonies, told how drunk Russian soldiers often gave children grenades to play and said that if they pulled out the ring, they would be banged. And they also tried to encourage people to stand the side of occupiers because they said Zelensky capitulated, Kiev is ours, Chernihiv was taken. But the most cynical story for me was when on camera they gave candies or waffles to the children from this basement and then threw the leftover bread on the ground and the children picked it up and ate it. But this story of Yefremova also is a story about the resilience. At the beginning of the full-scale war, there were about 400 inhabitants, and today the same number living here. That is, almost all of them returned and helped each other to rebuild houses. Today in Ukraine, culture and civil society are like the inhabitants of Yefremova. Russians trying to destroy us, but we are growing through the asphalt. This is not a war, only war of Ukraine. It's our common war. It's war between Europe and anti-Europe. It's an existential war for freedom, for the supremacy of human rights, for dignity and identity. Therefore, today, we need from a united Europe not words of regrets, but decisive steps, from a common position to suspend cooperation with the representatives of Russian culture, the academic sphere and Gongos institutions, because after their prepared soil, not only are Russian tanks and missiles firing at us, but they also promote the imperial narrative about the greatness of Russia. And also we need a creation of a common cultural and anti-colonial space between European Union and Ukraine. Any reconciliation with Russia can truly begin only after Russia fully withdraws from Ukraine, including Crimea, parts of Donetsk and Lugansk regions. And an international tribunal holds Russia accountable for its war crimes. Any reconciliation can begin only after Russia takes full responsibility for its actions. Today, it's a time to reclaim our voice in the world. This is one of the missions of Ukraine Institute. And among of our topics for the next year, we focus on decolonization of culture and history, the representation of modern Ukraine culture and academy, as well as the topics of war, civil society, Crimean Tatars, multiculturalism, and countering disinformation and restoration. And of course, an important direction for us is to establish international branches of Ukraine Institute, building partnership and launching new activities with you, the institution of European Union with which we share common values. And I know that we will definitely win this war, and we definitely meet at our next forum in the free, occupied territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Alim. To be honest, it's a bit difficult for me now to say my final words after what we have just heard from Alim. And I would like to take this minute to remind you about the exhibition which is taking place right here in front of this door of this room. So you just should go through the corridor and you will see the photos of those numerous cultural objects, buildings, places destroyed by Russia with their aggression, with their rockets, with their missiles. So if you, so if you still didn't have a chance to check it, please do. I hope you will have some thoughts around it. Let me thank you for staying with us during this long and interesting day. Let me thank all the speakers and moderators for having thoughtful discussions. And also let me thank all the technical team and a lot of people who were on the backstage. You may not have seen them, but they did an enormous job to make this event happen. So thank you on behalf of all the team and all the guests. Thank you for all your job. Let me also thank one more time to all the partners that made this event happen. So this is the Ukrainian Institute, but also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Gem Factory Art Center, Mission of Ukraine to the European Union, the representation of the state of Baden-Württemberg to the European Union, American consuls, and Prague Civil Society Center. As Alim mentioned, I believe that next year we will be able to host you in Ukraine. Enjoy your evening, and thank you for coming.